my god! Hi Nemo, hi Jason, hi Fox. Hi! Man, I swear when I get too excited my hands just stop. And then I just look like I'm going for no reason. No, that one's too hyperactive. Too hyper for me to be able to do properly as well. Hi! How are people? What did I set for the category? Did I do that correctly? I guess so. I can't believe there's no category on Twitch for, like, modeling. I mean, there's art, I guess. But maybe I'll end up doing something on Unity, so I'll just put it on the usual software and game development. Oh my god. I wonder when the cough will go. Anyway, yeah! How's people? Also, hello to people watching the VODs, because I've realized that I should actually be maybe saying hi, because there's a lot more people who watch the VODs than watch live. I'm also one of the people who watch VODs a lot more than live people on Twitch, because time zones kind of suck, so I can't really catch people. Also, I can't pause. Imagine not being able to pause real life. One day you'll do art? Nice. Imagine being able to draw. Yeah, if I eventually had the patience, I would probably try to draw. The patience and the ability to not get, you know, annoyed with myself for drawing gross stuff. Hot tub comes into your mind? Not that kind of modeling, Jason. Also, wait, did I say hi to Nemo as well? Hi Nemo, hi Jason, hi Fox! You can tell I didn't have my Unity thing running at the very beginning of the stream, because the elusive Nemo has never got shown over there. Well, not there. One of those places. When will the cough go? When will the cough go? So, yeah, today I'm going to be continuing to work on modeling the DDR machine, the arcade cabinet kind of thing, which will eventually be used for my Stepmania streams, I hope. Random lines in the backstory for your art. Wait, backstory for your artwork? Is it going to be one of those art pieces that's like, you know, it's a picture and then down the side, kind of like that. You just have kind of like this. You just got, wait, where's my finger? There it is. You've just got text describing what's happening, like you know, stuff. Oh, I see what you mean, straight lines. Alright, let me just quickly mention there's a couple of changes. Oh my god, my flipping throat. So I've hopefully fixed the Nyan juice bottle being weirdly transparent. Wait, it was when I was on... Hold on a sec. This is gonna get very confusing. It's when I was on this view, the bottle used to go weirdly transparent. That seems to be fixed right now. You used to be able to see the chats through me. But more importantly, there's a new sort of in progress, not fully finished, but you can still try it out, redeem, called Stick Cam, which is... I saw a tweet where someone had one of these kind of 360-degree cameras that they sort of held on a stick in their mouth, and it, like, was really, really, really close to their head, and made this hilariously very wide angle.
Lactose-filled dairy product.
What was I even talking about? I don't even know. With all my swearing, I swear to God, it's not swearing. No, the hands escape the sensor. There's like a sensor plane, like right here, and then the hands are... The hands... I could like add individual little sensor things just for each hand. That would be kind of funny, actually. You wouldn't even be able to tell what hand gestures I was doing. Art nowadays can be so abstract, and people be like, do you see the ingenuity of this artist? Yeah, it reminds me of the toilet paper, rolled up toilet paper, modern art thing. VTuber boxing. Yeah, so it just looks like a camera stuck really close to the head. And, but there's no sound for it yet, and the camera is so close that it's in front of any cheese. Or behind any cheese, from this, your point of view right now. So you can't see the cheese when you're using the stick cam redeem right now. And I need the camera to be that close for it to look as stupid as it does. So, yeah. I might make some tweaks. Also, it's a little bit intrusive when I'm down on the small view like this. But yeah, I think I have it enabled. Can't remember actually. Let's have a look. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, stick cam. Yeah, it's as long as I compiled it with this enabled. I can't remember if I did. Yeah, sorry, Nimmer. Sorry. It's not super Nimmer. Not super cheesy. Sorry. So wait a minute. Why does it still say track menu? I thought I literally just changed that. Oh, I changed the wrong thing. I actually tried to change that ahead of time, but I changed the wrong thing. What a good streamer. 1 second. Wait. Wait, what the hell? It didn't activate. What? But it... Oh, wait. Did I not recompile? Right, you know what? This is already classed as software and development, so we're going to begin by making that work. I'm so sorry! Fucks! I swear to God I tested this a whole bunch of times yesterday. Well, don't worry. Your points will not be going to waste. But I'm firing up Unity right now, so let me just change my stream title for a sec. Fixing the new stick cam redeem. There we go, that's the new title for my stream. Unity in brackets. Boop. There we go. Oh, hang on, I got rid of the... Oh, no, never mind. Oh, so yes, have a nice look. Oh god, right, I forgot that I rebooted, so Unity's gonna take forever to load up. Nothing's cached in the RAM, no! Just don't look downwards or it might clip through your body. No, it shouldn't do that. It's like, it should be stuck, it's like stuck to my head. Oh my god. I'm just saying, oh my god, how long this is taking to... Oh, you know what, while it's loading up... Never mind, just kidding, it's just finished loading up. Zip! Is it doing the... avoiding blowing out your eyes thing? I'm not sure it is. Alright, let's see why that happened. Extreme close-up. Should have worked. Let me just run this and see if it works. And I really did just forget to compile it. Oh my god, I know what it is. I know what it is. It's because I renamed it and added the beta text. My program's only looking out for the text, which does not say beta. Because I got scared that people were going to use it and it would look rubbish, so I added the brackets beta. Okay, never mind. I know why it's... I'll just put the name back. And I'll trigger it myself so that your points did not go to waste. Fucks. You ready? And this is what you missed out on, except you're not missing out on it anymore. Hey. It's the derpiest of the redeems. Also, for some reason my I'm train spotting? Wait, what? Hang on a sec. But yeah, this isn't like fully done yet, but I just thought I would show it off because it's funny. Oh my god. Hold on a sec, I've frozen. No! I know why I've frozen. Because I'm an idiot. Looking kind of mousy? Yeah, I feel like... Let me just try and link you to the original... the tweet, because it's kind of funny. when I do very wide eyes. You've done nothing. Anyway, this lasts for like a minute. There we are. No, I'm just stupid. I exited the thing that was tracking me. Funnily enough, that stops it. Oh my god, it's you guys! Funny enough, that stops it from tracking me. Yeah, let me just drop a link in the chat because... Yeah. Voice chat. Oh, by the way, I did my first, kind of... Discord... Oh my god. One day this COVID cough will be gone, I swear to god! Anyway, boop. It was meant to resemble that. Oh, the economy! I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, right. I did like a little... I worked on some Unity stuff yesterday, just in a Discord stream. So yeah, if you'd like to join the Discord, boop, feel free to. I mostly just use it to like, say when I'm going live and stuff. Well, actually, to be honest, I'm chatting there quite a lot more recently, but yeah, I'll post a schedule and notify when I'm going live. Same on Twitter. Anyway, feel free to join. There are lots of nice people. So, this is what I was working on last time. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to maybe talk a bit quieter because, you know, I have this cough. But yeah, let me just fly on over to some calmer music. Whee! Boop. We'll just have some really nice ambient music. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I have... Sorry, I still have this cough from COVID that's taking a very, very long time to go away. Also don't have my sense of taste back. Anyway, so last time I was working on this model, wait, actually, that will actually help. One sec! Thank you for the hydration, folks. I think some liquid might actually calm my throat down. Let's try it. Is it any better? Yeah, no, never mind, as soon as I start talking enthusiastically. What I meant by uke is train spotting. Oh, stream chat, right, hold on, let me just check that. I also do have some soup. I'm not entirely sure, I'm just gonna help a lot. No, why is it not embedding the video economy? I'll watch it over here. But yeah, buy some clothes at the soup store? No, it's way too hot. Oh yes, wait a minute, isn't that the same guy who did that? That face though. Wait, how do they get it to look so wide though, without having it as close? I might have to play around with that stick cam a bit more, Konami. But yeah, it's that kind of thing. So last time I was working on this, F-Pool was in the chat, DJ F-Pool, who was helping me a lot, because they actually have their own DDR machine, and they're also good with Blender, so kind of exactly what I need, right, for working on this. But, do I have stuff hidden right now? Or is it because I'm on that view? Oh, there we are, right. So I've been sort of working on this. Haven't done like any UV mapping, any texturing at all. Thank you for the bats! Hold on a sec, there's a very loud vehicle, so I'm gonna have to mute for a moment. Wait, what the hell is... Hold on. Oh god, alright, I'm muting for a sec. But thank you for the good luck, Pats! Oh, you're right, I also had a manual for the DDR machine loaded last time. Out of points, oh my god, thank you very much for donating them to my head patting... Wait, no, patting my head, yeah. So yeah, last time I also had this open, which is like a DDR machine manual, which shows how it looks basically. And so this part on the very top here is what I need to build, well, what I'd like to be working on building today, modeling, I should say. Apparently there should be warning labels here. Number 3, do not play in bare feet or while wearing slippers. You sunk your teeth into the stream? Yeah, they're fangs, they're fangs. The points are fangs, yes. I'll eventually this loud vehicle outside will have gone, I'll be able to unmute properly. Oh my god, this is getting kind of annoying. Alright, I'll just try and keep talking so you don't hear it. Might be loose, sharp edges? Oh god, the screws. Oh god, also if you're just in slippers and you're just gonna, well, you know, as the name suggests, slip, I guess? But anyway, so I was thinking of these 4 marquee lights up here. Oof, that zoom's a bit sensitive. I was thinking of maybe making them spotlights. I mean, like moving head spotlights, that cast like, well, moving beams. Let me just quickly demonstrate, in case people haven't seen it yet. I know they're called slipping on. I'm sorry, I know because of that. I'm just being a bit silly. One sec. What I'm going to do is just quickly fire up StemMania so that I can show you the integration I currently have with StemMania. One sec. Okay, it's gone, I can talk freely now. Oh god. So basically, I'm able to get the lighting data out of StemMania. And into my Unity setup. And it's going to control the lighting. There's going to be a this model in this Unity setup that you're looking at right now, that I am, and the chat's in and everything. Not dying yet? Only kind of hot? Yeah, I feel very hot though. This might be loud. Brace yourself. Oh, actually, I was trying to change the volume before it starts blasting. Okay, I've turned it down. Zip. So yeah, this light that you see behind me flashing every now and then, that's data coming from StemMania. And if I were to like press the arrow keys, oh, you can't do it on this mode. Oh, there you are. Okay, so those colored lights above me are the lights for the dance pad, the arrows on the dance pad. So if I just quickly do this, when I step on the left and right, it triggers those lights like that. And then moving head, they sweep down quickly from above. And then these ones for the... Oh god, oh god. Okay. Oh, that was interesting. I was only capturing that. What are you still too bright? They're meant to be really bright. They're shining right towards you. But yeah. So, I was thinking of maybe making the lights on the model of my DDR machine. But thank you! Be like these ones. Actually, this is really is too bright. Yeah, let me just quickly... So, basically on my stream, another thing I've been doing is... I have a thing that will, like, auto-expose when I suddenly flick to a really bright screen like this so that you don't get blinded so much. Apparently I forgot to compile it with that enabled. I need to change it so that I can just turn it on and off with a switch on my little MIDI controller thing, which I use to do all this sort of zip stuff. Sorry, this is like a terribly unprofessional stream, but That's me! Okay. Where did I put the post-processing? Oh, on the UI, right? There we are. Boop. And we'll just quickly recompile that. I'm gonna need to close myself because it needs to overwrite myself. I'm gonna be overwritten! I'll be right back! Okay. Off we go. Build it right there. Boop. And now we wait for Unity to compile. How slow could this possibly be? What a good joke, right? Do you like my sense of humor? Truly extreme. I'm sorry, devil. I swear to God. When do my VTubing streams become not scuffed? Yeah, they don't. They don't. They absolutely don't. The bit that I like the most about Unity is that the progress bar is absolutely useless and it keeps on going back to saying building scene, and I keep on thinking that it's almost done. There, look, it's even writing asset files, but nope, now it's back to compiling shaders again. So once this is done, I'll be able to flick back and forth to the what do you call it? And to the PDF, the manual. Boop. Right, change the title of the stream back to Blender because that is what I'm about to be doing. Blending with Blender. So I only need to build like a couple of arms, like one there, and then there's a marquee up here, and then the 4 lights on the side, which will end up being actual volumetric spotlights on Unity eventually. Right as soon as this is finished doing its thing. And then we'll be able to begin properly. 1,728, what the hell? Wait, post-processing Uber, what the hell is that? Was that from the volumetric lights? What a stream, what a stream! Okay, I'm so sorry about this. Well, I guess I'll be right back. Don't worry, I'm still actually here. Hold on a sec, let me stop this from sounding scuffed. There we go. Ah, as soon as I did that, it's finished. Okay, nice. Alright, so it got a little bit scared of me and disappearing then. Wait, where's my music on?
Dot.
Music? Music? There it is. Whew, that was weird. Right, I'm back. So now I should be able to switch over to this, and it'll dim down a bit. Is it working? Yeah, it's working. If you look up in the very top right, like around here, as I drag this really bright white thing in, you can see it dimming down a little bit. And the stuff over here is like not all blown out anymore. It's actually readable. I'm back! Wait, is that really a yay? Or a, oh god, she's back! Anyway, let's try and do this. So it looks like they're kind of these rectangular, well, I guess you call them cuboid things that go upwards. So F. Paul, the person who was giving me some sort of references for doing this, apart from just me using this manual, because that's the person who has their own DDR machine, does not have this part on the top because there isn't space in their own room, so... Oh god, she's back. I thought she died. No! As if you'd be so lucky. So, anyway, what is number 14 pointing to? Is that one of these warning labels? Suitable for all ages. Should I put one of those on there, up there? Suitable for all ages? It's actually showing me every label that's on the machine. Number 9 has this one that says that it should be disassembled by qualified industry specialists only. Where's number 9 then? Oh, number 9's on the back, who cares, no one's gonna see that. Oh my god, it's actually inside the computer! Or on something inside the machine, what's the point of that? You have to open the machine to be able to read the warning label that says only a specialist should open the machine. Okay, anyway. Maybe it's talking about just a computer. Only specialists are allowed to open a computer. No gamers allowed. Anyway, what the hell was I saying? Oh right, yeah, so I don't have a proper real-life reference of this. Except for I could search on Google Images, I guess, but... for now I'll just, Basically, anyone with a screwdriver, goggles, and electric cut-proof gloves. I guess so. Let me just quickly whip up a reference on Google Images. Just a second. So why do I look so not smoothly animated right now? I wasn't sure what was going to appear on my screen, that's why I disappeared onto another... Well, I disappeared away for a sec. Wait a minute, don't I have a reference, like, already loaded on this browser? Oh shit, I just exited something by mistake. I do! Alright, let me just drag this onto OBS and I will show you it. Where's OBS? There it is. Wait, why can't I drag from the browser? What the hell? I thought I could drag from the browser. I can drag from Discord directly onto OBS. Pro tip for anyone streaming who also has a Discord server, you can drag a picture straight from, like, literally click on a picture to view it, drag from the OBS, from the Discord window onto OBS, and it'll add it as a browser source. Anyway, so something like this is what I'd like to add at the very top there. So this is like a straight-on view. You can see roughly how far along they are. Oh my god, hold on a second. I think I need to crop this a bit. Zip. But yeah, I also could do with making it transparent, but anyway. That's a problem for another day. So right now I just want to work on these little struts, I guess you could call them. These things like you know what I'm trying to point at. But yeah, this is one of the earliest DDR machine designs. Whoops, I'm gonna crop it on to shrink it. Let's pop it right there next to me. I can go on a server. Basically, anyone with a... Oh yeah, sorry, I just read that one. It's hot, but it's snowing. I know, and I'm stuck inside. My room is the hot place. Anyway, I'm gonna try to do it. So let's go to a straight-on view. Nope, that's the wrong one. I guess I'll make a new mesh for this. I'll probably end up merging them all together in the end. For Unity, I will, because it's more efficient to render that way. Well, I'll group them, I'll merge them by material, I think. So everything that needs this glass reflective front kind of thing. Oh yeah, I should also make these speakers look a bit better eventually. Is this picture a good reference for the speakers? Maybe. It's a bit low resolution, but let's use it for this for now. Zzz. All right. Let's make a new mesh. Wait, my edit mode already. Whoops. Add a new mesh. Let's start with a cube. And maybe slightly on the large side. What the hell size cube is this? Oh, 2 meters by 2 meters. I'm gonna guess it's closer to 10 by 10 centimeters. Oh my god, I put on snapping. Wait, why 0.01? I wanted 0.1. That's a 1 centimeter cube right there. I think it's a bit bigger than that one. Anyway, one second, let me just stop messing around and actually try and do it correctly. This was a brand new mesh, right? Yeah. Start the cube. Oh, for crying out loud! This is the extent of my abilities in Blender right now. I'll just go into edit mode and change it this way. Okay. And this is gonna be called marquee, I guess. I'll just start by positioning this. So normally when I'm positioning things, I like to always... Well, I guess I'm doing it by snapping, so it's not a big deal. But I usually like to grab the object and then type in an exact number, like 0.1 or something, and then I know it's like perfectly aligned to a grid. But I can also just turn on snapping and do it that way. Should be fine. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure how wide this is. How does that look? A little further along. By the way, this little line here, like the way this is separated, is because that's just how the mesh is. So it's like when I'm on this view, it looks a little bit. It almost looks like an optical illusion, like it's a sort of a perspective head-on, and it looks like something's getting narrower as it gets towards you, but no, it's not what it is. Also, I just had a thought. You know what I could do? I could take this, and I could, can you set opacity? I don't think I've ever tried to dim something on OBS before, if you know what I mean. There's not like a native opacity setting for something, but then I could like overlay it and just turn it down. I guess I could luma key it and then just do a really bad job of luma keying. That would do a similar effect. Wait, actually, that's an unintentionally good luma key. Oh, there we are. That's what I'm trying to do. Okay, that looks really, really weird. Almost confusingly weird, actually. But fine, whatever. Then I can just position that on top of this, and we'll see if they line up properly. Life hacks, because you know you're always modifying stuff in Blender, aren't you? Something like that. Okay, it looks way too big. Yolks? Yeah, pretty much, I guess. Also, this isn't like perfectly straight on, so whatever. Yolks? Like eggs? Man, I'm so glad that I made it so you can throw cheese at me rather than eggs. That'd be so nasty. One sec. Oh, it's max that I need to clip down. We'll do that. We'll do pig. I swear to God, I wasn't calling you pig. You telling some yolks? No. Not the egg puns. Anything but that. Oh, that'll do. This looks like incredibly jank, but it's actually helping. I mean, there's probably a way that you can actually load a picture into the background, isn't there? I mean, yeah, you could just make a plane, right? On Blender and then like use that as a texture. Blue cheese for 5k? No! No! Okay, I need to slide this over to like there by the look of it, and then we're gonna shrink it a bit. Say 0.9? Maybe 0.8? Yeah. Alright, that looks about right, doesn't it? And we'll just mirror it on the other side. In fact, we don't even need to do that because we can just like the audio is randomized, could the cheese also be random? Yeah, it could. It could. We can't really see how far along this is. And also, it seems to be hovering. Is it hovering? No, it's not. Party color cheese? Yeah, you could have gamer cheese. Gamer cheese? That sounds disgusting. Okay. Where's my DDR machine manual gone? Boop. There it is. Man, I wish there was a side-on view. I say, not knowing if there is one. Oh, there is one. Okay, so it's quite near the back. Oh, the whole thing looks tilted down. What the? I didn't realize that. That's cute, Kanami. What is flavor spot? Oh yeah, and there's this little speaker there as well. Excuse me. Okay, so it's really quite far back, near the back of the machine. Let's put it back like that, maybe.
Cheese.
Cheese! Cheese! Also, I just noticed these screw holes down there. My voice is like extra weak and just prone to like coughing all like crazy now since this damn COVID. Anyway, what is flavor spot cheese though? Seriously. Do you wait for your breads to get flip? Nimu. I'm not sure they're flavor spots. Oops. That reminds me of a disgusting time that I forgot about. Maybe I shouldn't say this. I'm gonna go ahead and put it right there. I'm assuming these are like properly actually cube-like as well, not just like wider on one side than the other. It just adds a little antibiotic, right, Nimu? Oh yeah, your cheese lines. Okay, so Konami did a stream recently where they played What the Dub, which is a Jackbox-like game, has to be said. Yeah, if you don't know it, they sort of show scenes from old films, and one of the lines is just replaced with static. And you have to enter your own line to replace that instead. You'd like dub in your own replacement line. It's kind of fun to play together. It does require some imagination and, you know, funny ability to be funny. Because the rating is generally based on, you know, you vote for which one you think is funniest. I'm just gonna make this marquee stands. And then on this, let me just quickly say what I'm doing on this. I'm gonna use a mirror, which should mirror it around. Ah, I know why this isn't working. Need to apply the. Oh no, I don't. Oh yes, I do. Wait, location is 0.1. Let me just quickly apply this. Did you do that? Eh? Oh, let's do it this way. That does not apply the mirroring, right? Or did it? No, it didn't. Hold on a sec. What the hell mesh is this on? Cylinder. I mean, let me just rename that. Guardrail mesh. Anyway, in the game of What the Dub, you can also insert sound effects, like placeholders in your dubbed line, where it'll play a sound effect instead. Oh yeah, and it uses TTS to read out your line. Anyway, turns out you can very, very easily add your own sounds to the game. It's just literally a folder of WAV audio files. Drag it in, and then they'll show up. You know, using the file name as the name, the placeholder that you type in for the sound, which is like really nice. Oh, it's mirroring around that axis, I see. So I would really like to play that again with like more custom sounds. Anyway, this is now mirrored around 0, so we've got identical things. And if I were to move them around, watch this. Whee! It's almost like positioning cat ears on top of the machine, except it's like robot cat ears. I feel like I let myself go too much and make people uncomfortable. Yeah, it's one of those games, also with Jackbox games, like what's it called again? Oh, my mind's gone completely blank. The one where you ask questions and you need to try and fool people by putting in a wrong answer, but people always just put funny answers instead. Anyway, there's that one, and there's also Quiplash, which I really like. You kind of need to know the people that you're playing with and the limits of the group. Yeah. Oh, Fibbage, that's the one, yeah. Fibbage and Quiplash. Thanks. Got streamer brain. When you're streaming, you forget about things. What does Shift 1 do? Why is that getting rid of user orthographic? Front orthographic. Wait, is it in front? This is right? This should be front. This entire model is rotated 90 degrees. I just realized. Anyway, yeah, I always feel awkward doing that as well when I play with a certain group of friends, because I'd like to go further than they would. I still do it anyway, and sometimes. Depends how confident I'm feeling and how far I feel like I can go. Alright, let's try and make this marquee now. I'm gonna be honest, this thing on the top could display anything. It doesn't have to display, this Dance Dance Revolution Extreme. In fact, it probably should not, because, you know, copyright reasons. So what I mean though is that it could show like something interactive instead. Something, what do you call it, dynamic? But, oh my god. I just had a funny idea. What if I make it so that when I'm playing DDR, the entire stream view is like this machine, kind of. I'm not really sure the best positioning for this. Would the camera be like something like this? And then you could see the lights on the dance pads down there. And you'd see the game here, but that's gonna be so tiny! And then up here could just be like the my face cam, the avatar cam gets rendered there. That'd be kind of amusing. That would work as well. It wouldn't be too bad. But like, how to actually get the camera into an okay position where everything looks not too bad and too much of a waste of space. Like me. I'm not entirely sure. Like this would be a better use of space, but then it's all sideways. So, yeah. I kind of need to make these dance pads tiny, because really they're just like symbolic, you know? They're just going to be used so you can see what arrows you're pressing. I'm not actually going to be standing there, probably. Maybe I could be standing there. But and then you just see the back of me is standing there. And the front of me is on the marquee up here. But it's still going to be a really small gameplay screen if this gameplay is actually appearing on this screen. Here would be ideal, but then you'll never see this. Oh man. What a conundrum. I guess I could just shrink these to be like a comically tiny size. I don't know. For now, I think I'll just continue to design the marquee. Because at the very least, I will want you to be able to see this screen. And, you know, the lights around the marquee. So let's just get on it and do the marquee first. From the front, it looks... Oh my god, I just pressed the Blender keyboard key to go to our front view, even though this is not Blender. From the front, it looks, like a square. I think... I don't know what this is. Is it like 4:3 aspect ratio or something? From here, it looks very short, though, so that's weird, isn't it? Maybe I'll make it not official aspect ratio, I might make it like 16:9. And then I can show like my avatar in it. Because all of the render textures in this Unity thing that you're looking at right now are 1920 by 1080, so widescreen. So it would be easiest if I put if I wanted to show any one of my render textures, such as the one that shows my avatar, it'd be easiest if I make the plane that it's going to appear on be widescreen as well. I don't have to do any weird, you know, cropping of the texture and stuff, of the edges, or rescaling it. Sorry, I'm gonna mute myself when I'm coughing now. You've got your free coughs. No more. No more. I just really don't like this rounded front. I mean, like, you know. It's not like I don't like the design, I don't like the idea of trying to make it. I'm not sure I've ever made a shape like that before. I feel like maybe if I sort of string together a series of vertices from the side of you like this, and then extrude out like this, from right to left. Or left to right, who cares? That might be the best way to do it. I feel like having this in the background would actually be really useful. So if I'm not mistaken, I actually did have a program somewhere that can do that. What did I call it? I mean, what was it called? I didn't name it anything. What was it called? Give me 1 second. There's a program that can make any window transparent, and I've used that a lot of times. I used to use one called vtuber, but it doesn't play well on Windows 10. So let me just try and remind myself of what the other one was called. Oh, it was more to the point. Let me try and remember where I've saved the damn thing. Ah, there we are. Man, I wish I knew what it is. I can't remember the name of it. If anyone knows of a program that can do that, please do feel free to let me know. There are two that I think it might be in my downloads folder, but I found it. Let me just fly on over to this view for 1 sec, because I'm slightly suspicious of the fact that it's not installed right now. And I thought it was. So I'm trying to install it at this very moment. Oh, right. It's not a thing that you install. That's why it's not installed, because it's just a thing that runs. Amazing. Okay, let's fly on over. Let's see if it gets captured correctly on OBS as well. Here we go, moment of truth. 3, 2, 1, boop! Oh my god, it works. Okay. Look at that. How useful is that? Just run my fingers over the number keys while holding Control and Shift. And amazingly, I'm not triggering like random shortcuts in Blender. That's a minor miracle. Certified you, Clement. Shh! I'm trying my best. God damn it. Okay, so we're gonna need a side-on view then. From the other side is really the view that I need. There we go. And we'll just try and line up this like that. Oh my god. Look at that! The angle is almost correct. It's not correct, but you know. For like something like this, it's not too bad. So I'll just try and line that up. Slightly bigger. God, it's hard to make tiny adjustments on Blender. To the zoom. Man, I can see that cube needs to be wider now as well. Look at that. I should have done this from the beginning. What was I thinking? Okay. Alright, let's just select it now. The cube. Oh, my wait, this already is selected, right? E? Yeah, there we go. One sec, why does it look like not the entire thing is being selected? I assume if I spin around, it's gonna be in the correct place again afterwards. There we are. Nope, wrong one. Boop, nope, wrong one. There we are, that's the right one. Hey, it's still aligned, okay. So the size, okay, so it is actually like wider than it is tall. Interesting. But I make it before 1, I made like 0.8 or something, right? So if I just undo that. Wait, it's literally 10 centimeters? That's like... I've just returned it back to the original size. And it looks kind of perfect, let's be honest. No, shoot. Whoops. Never mind. So, I need to scale this down. Height-wise now. Why? Is that? Yep. To be honest, I don't need to, but... So I won't. Okay, let's try and make this shape over here now. I'm gonna do this on a new mesh. Although, you don't start with the mesh, right? You start with... You start with something else, right? I guess you could start with a mesh. Right? Right? Yeah, I think we start with a mesh. I guess I'll start with a plane. Because that's like a flat thing, and which is what I want. And I'll just add extra vertices to pull it into this shape, and then, yeah. Yeah, okay, so we'll do a mesh, we'll do a plane. Oh god, I'm gonna have to zoom way out onto to sort this out. Rip my alignment. I'll get it back afterwards. And we're gonna want to rotate, we're gonna want it to be smaller. I'm gonna want to move it upwards and rotate it on what axis? It's never the one I think it is. Rotate X? Y? Yeah, Y. 90 degrees. That'll do. Let's apply these transforms before I mess anything up. And then, this is really confusing having that in the background the whole time, huh? Oh, no, actually, I want to rotate it the other way. Hi, Tootle. Hi, Tootle. I almost read that as Tootle. I like Turtle. I'm sorry, I managed to mess up everybody's names. But hi. Thanks for stopping by. So I actually want to rotate this like, yeah, that way. Why didn't you model it from the side and then make it longer? Thank you for the follow! Why don't I model it from the side and then make it longer? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Exactly what I'm gonna do. Also, which side is facing that way? Let's start with it the correct way. Ah, wrong way. Oh god, what did I just do? Rotate. There we are. So this is the out. This is the side that will be visible. This is the side that's like gonna be culled if you have back face culling turned on, because it's the back face. No worries, Nimu. If you pause it and then unpause, it might become less delayed. But recently, I had someone who's in another stream. Was it this stream? I think it was someone else's stream. Who was experiencing a big delay. Might have been my stream. I can't remember. And then when I was watching Kanami's stream the other day, that one had a really... Whoa! Hi, Annette! That one had a really big delay as well. But yeah, hi for me. Anyway, hi, Annette! Red! Annette Songs and Darina Red! Fireworks! Hell yeah! Also, thank you very much for that raid. Hope your stream was okay. Welcome... Raiders. I am modeling a DDR machine, kind of. And I'm about to try to model the marquee that sits on the top. That is cheese on my face. And I'm about to try to do this marquee here, the side of it. And then sort of stretch it out. So I'm sort of putting this plane here. Oh my god.
Bread.
Wait, bread? Oh my god. I just like flipped the cheese around on my head. Did you see that? Hi, Freenox! Why bread? Thank you very much, though, Dari. Darina bread? Would I call that Darina bread? I'm sorry, I still have a cough. COVID cough and go away. Came here to throw cheese. Alright, your job here is done. Hope you enjoyed your stay, Freenox. So I'm just gonna add some vertices to this, like this, and just drag them around without snapping enabled into that shape. Oh my god. I've been like scratching the keys on my keyboard a little bit every time I run my nail over to do that. 2 months like a past... What? Wait, hold on. Wait, what? You don't need to announce? But thank you very much. That's what I'm trying to say. Back to being a mediocre Unity dev on stream. No worries, I'm a mediocre Blender person. I'm just a mediocre person, really. So, if I go to side view, align this again. I had this all perfectly aligned. I need to do it all again. Yeah, thank you very much. How has it been 2 months already? Like seriously though, like for real. Aw, you're kind. Wait, why am I trying to position this before this is even aligned? This is just an idea I had for how to do this. I'm not sure if this is the best way. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna be coughing a lot this stream. So I'm just gonna try and align this. So I have the Blender's window transparent right now, looking through onto this, which is the DDR machine manual. Oops. So I figured this is probably, you know, if I want a reliable reference that I know I can trust, probably this one is a good one to go with. So we'll just kind of try to line things up and then... Oh, it's a bit big. Let me just move these down. Oops, no, not those. Just these ones. I'm in object mode, oops. Drag those down. I don't really care that they're becoming misaligned because I'm going to completely move them around somewhere else anyway. Am I look like a girl on streams? Wait, what? Aw, that sounds really sad that you've disappointed people. I want to give hugs. I will give pats actually. I don't know. I don't think I've seen you on the stream. Yeah, I think that's pretty much aligned. And this angle going down here is not correct, but I'm not about to remodel the entire thing to make that correct. Everyone thinks there's an eagle and flirts with him. Is it just because you're like not trying to act like tough or something, and therefore people automatically assume because you're not trying to, you know, act like you want to fight with someone? Must be good. What the hell? So I want to be able to add a whole bunch more points, and I'll end up just dragging each point like this. I'm not sure if that's a good way to do it, but that's what I'm gonna do. What I'm gonna try. Again, it's not gonna be perfect, but you know. Anime girl profile pic? Oh, hold on. Let me just have a closer look at that. Oh my god, that's adorable! But what is that blue stuff though? What is that blue stuff? What is that? Also, pat. There we go. Oh, blueberry. It's adorable though. I'm gonna take every single opportunity I can to use that shout out function. That's actually the thing that I'm kind of proud of. Oh, whoa, you start seeing the back face when you track that over there. That's interesting. So I guess if I use, what's it called? What the fuck is it called? Subdivide. Into a whole bunch more.
Oh dear god. Why, hello there. Listen to this amazing...
Shite.
Amazingly calm music for this devilish encounter. No! Don't close it! I swear to god! I'm not... I'm just... Wait, can Don't worry, it'll wear off soon. I wish I could zoom in further. Hold on, I'm gonna zoom in. Thank you. It's a very recent one.
Oh damn it, it wore off. I was about to try and do it already. Basic voice again. I was about to say, my voice can go surprisingly deep. And then suddenly it's just back to this voice. That's my impression of myself. I think this is because I can get it while not going off screen, although I just realized I can probably just drag this. Needs a music change? Yeah, I should have... I paused it for a moment. I made that sort of drum beat that happens at the very beginning. Ah, that's not a good way to align this now. Ah, I may have screwed myself. I've screwed myself. Let's at least just align... Use this to align it first. By scaling on this view. And then I won't change the scale, I'll just translate upwards. Yeah, boo, that's me. That's me. Welcome to the uke. Would this music have suited? I think this is like just too vibey. I don't even know what the word means. So you done the scheme by yourself? The scheme? What do you mean the scheme? Yeah, it's good. Thankfully I have the music being shown down the bottom left. I mean, I'm glad that I added that because, you know, the people who made the music, did it well. I know that I'm going to be like having it a little bit too high up because this cube kind of goes a little higher than it needs to, but I'll rather just get the shape correct and then I'll just drag it down. Oh, no. This is the official DDR manual. I'm not going to zoom out and show you more right now. The DDR machine manual, like for the original one. Actual Konami thing. Which I'm just using as a reference because, you know, it's probably the best one there is for this particular part. Anyway, I've been using pictures as well, like this one that I had very professionally overlaid on top of my stream earlier on. I'm glad that you didn't have to suffer, your eyes didn't have to suffer seeing that. But yeah, you can see that this schematic is kind of like a vector art, you know, and these curves are not really curves, they're straight lines. You've got like one there, boop, 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 and then straight on like that, which is actually very useful for me modeling it, because I can just go to those lines, and then afterwards I can smooth it if I want to. But yes, everyone deserves credit as well, which is why I'm very glad that I've been able to add emote credit tag attribution things, whatever Discord calls, I mean, whatever Twitch calls it, to Shuachi, who's the artist who drew my emotes. Like this one. Oh shit. Sorry, I almost just did something weird. Like this one. Hold on, let me just try and get a million flying across the screen. Excuse my spam in the chat, but here we go. Oh wait, I reached a character limit. Whoosh! Oh my god. The ukes are just like flying away in absolute silence right now. Let's say thanks to Blender and Maya so you can smooth objects in them. Thank you for the bats! Yeah, can't remember if I actually remember how to do the smoothing correctly. Oh, hang on, I'm missing one more point up there. I'd love to be able to zoom in a bit further, but can't really do that while also being able to keep... There you go! Can't really do it while also making sure to keep my alignment. Yeah, it's actually the name of an emote on Better TTV. I can't remember if the emote on Better TTV actually is all lowercase or not. But I've made my thing so that it works with... It ignores the case. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. I think clap is probably the most normal English word that you might end up just using in a sentence by mistake and accidentally gets turned into an emote. Yeah, I feel like I can remember how smoothing works. Oh, this curves very smoothly around. Look at that. Woof. Holy crap, that's colourful. Oh my god, it's like orange and pink. Wow. Okay, bye-bye, Freenox. Thank you for stopping by. No worries. Bye-bye. See you some other time if you want. Have some... No cheese, no. Ah.
Lactose-filled dairy product.
Wait, where'd it go? Oh, it's on the back of my head. Ah! Gross. It's called a duct. And it like flipped around. Ow! Ow! I just whacked my flipping headphones on my mic. Anyway. Flipped around onto the back. Jeez, auto-aim. Exactly! Oh my god, I saw such a funny video of that case just going around, just like... And it just goes around the corner. Follows a guy walking around the corner. Anyway, this particular line around here is such a gentle curve that I can't really see when it changes. I think it's changing angle behind this light. Maybe somewhere around there. I'm gonna have to subdivide this some more times to get me some more vertices to play with. It's somewhere around there, maybe. That's probably what it's doing. Wish in real life it would work like that. Wait, actually throwing a suitcase at people? Or just throwing cheese at people? Or throwing something else at people? Alright, let's subdivide. Let's grab myself another... Sure, another 10 vertices to play with. It looks like there's one there. Somewhere around there. I'm not hugely worried if I don't do it point for point perfectly. It's very hard to see around here. This is a very subtle bend. Is there like one there? What I would want to do is not put them too close to each other and then end up, because of my inaccuracies, making just a very like wiggly front like that. Both sounds good. I can't say I've ever needed to throw a suitcase at someone. Well, I mean... There are times when it probably would have been a nice thing to do. But, it never really came to mind at the time. It's not the first thing I think of when annoyed. I don't tend to think, God, I wish I had a suitcase that auto-aimed. Okay, so we've got some more closely packed dots here because it's a tighter curve. Something like that. So it needs to go out a bit more. And that's too far. That's whatever. All the way down there I think we'll do. Oh my god, am I gonna end up with the exact correct number of vertices? I don't think I am. Oh no, okay, I've still gotta do this little corner thing. Put one there. I need to subdivide this again in a sec. Grab me some more verts to play with. Ah, so almost. Oh, what the hell? Maybe if I just subdivide it one more time. Swear to God, I've got songs in my head right now. Like that? Then how many more do I need? Let's just do it one at a time. That might be it actually. I might just have needed a single more vert. Another thing to say, single, I can't speak. Is there no pen tool? There is this thing called a grease pencil. Oh no, it's annotated. There's a grease pencil somewhere. I remember it only because of the absurd sounding name. I don't actually know what it does or how to use it. But that basically it sums up my relationship with Blender in a nutshell, so... I don't know what it does or how to use it. Yeah, so I'm very sorry if I'm making some people infuriated. I think I'm missing one leg right around there. Yeah, I'm just doing all I can. Also, I don't really care about this back part. No one's gonna see it anyway. Actually, yes I do. Yes I do! One more vertex, please. Boop. Pen like in the Photoshop where you can create a point just by pressing and all points connected. Yeah, I know what you mean. That would be useful. Yeah, I know the tool. Although to be honest, the pen tool in Photoshop is a little bit tedious to use sometimes. Or it just, I don't know. It's because it's made so you can use it in many different situations, I know. I feel like it's not too bad. I feel like it's pretty good actually. You're going to see it and you care? Oh god. I'm sorry. You reckon while I'm here I should also do the lights and the speaker? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do them in separate meshes, so... I'm just gonna start by duplicating this. So this is gonna be called... No, it's not. Marquee... side. Isn't what? Wait, what did I say? I've seen too many things that are like... You can use that face for. You actually sit in front of me and I threw the... Shh. Don't tell people. It's...
Käse!
There, you see the perfect sync between the Kappa face and the cheese? It's clearly Nimue who's throwing the cheese. Clearly. Check... What's it? Checkmate atheists or something, I don't know. Yeah, this one's a little bit off, isn't it? I think we need one more subdivision here. Drag it out just very slightly. Just this one point. Yeah. That makes my OCD happy. Let's do it that way. That also means I pattern yeet me and spray you. Yeah, sure. Also, I just realized, I'm probably gonna need to make a separate plane if this is gonna have an avatar, or whatever, anything, a texture render on it. I'm gonna have to, once I turn this into a 3D thing, instead of just this 2D, well, plane, I'm gonna need to take just a slice where I want the texture to appear. Like just this region here. But that's fine. That's a job for once. You also have to see her in evil mode. Wait, that's the wrong one.
That's true.
Yeah.
Cheese.
Ouch.
Okay, let's do the speakers and stuff as well. Go out of edit mode. I'll just duplicate this side piece so that I've got a plane to work with all the vertices already there and orientated correctly and in the correct area of the screen as well. We'll just boop, no, boop, no, boop, no, 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 no. Yep, that's the one. Just trying to get the keys correct and then have the mouse in the correct position on the screen as well, because if you have the mouse over here... Oh shit, you can't even put the mouse over there. If you have the mouse over here, Shift-D does not work. If you move the mouse here, press the same keyboard combination, suddenly it works. By the way, Blender is an amazingly easy to use tool, and I'm not allowed to insult it because it's free and open source, and untouchable. Anyway, so I'm gonna call this speaker side, no, marquee speaker side, I guess. Nice throw. Yeah, good throw, Nimu. Good throw. Hey, let me just go over there and pat you. Ah. There you go. Pats for the Nimu. Now whenever I give pats to Nimu, Nimu, whenever you request pats, I have to like do this. And you don't actually get any pads on the screen. I hope you realize what you've got yourself into now. Yeah, tiny Nimu. Or I could just go, wah, pat, and try and pat the giant Nim in front of me. Nim in front of me. Okay, so this is now going to be the speaker side. Ah, shit, I've been saving all these onto the wrong. Ah, it's annoying. Fine, I guess I'll make a new one. Let's call it 2D marquee. And then later on when I finish doing that, I'll leave this file just saved. Like that. But yeah, good job, anyway. Let's move some of these points now so they're on the light. Ah, but this light... This is going to be different because the light here sort of extends. So the light here is like far out on the side, right? And then this little part here, this bracket, you've got the light, and there's going to be a bracket further back, you know, that attaches to the marquee over here. For the marquee, bracket, and then boop, light comes off it. So I'm going to have to sort of, I guess, switch to a front view and then drag in to, you know. I've never tried to do like really accurate 3D modeling like this before. Like based on like a precise... Oh, that's a nice way of doing it. I can drag it from the side like this. Then get a better view of what's behind without this big mouse pointer in the way. But yeah, I've never tried to do modeling with like a precise reference like this before. Showing through from behind. What the hell? How did I select two at once? Almost tempted to like try to do the light in a way that symmetry, the mirror modifier here, would be able to fill in, you know, I need to make one half of it and it makes the other half. Maximum laziness. I guess you could call it efficiency, right? Wait a sec. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, that'll do. That will do. Whoops. Boop. I have a feeling that I'm gonna end up accidentally stopping talking for a while and just focusing on this. Yeah, then inside this light is gonna be, you know, a unity light that's actually shining. What the hell? Oh, I see. Its shape is curling back on itself, curling back. Alright, but also please don't let that stop anyone if they want to say something, because I would very, very much like to give attention to people as well. I feel really bad when I don't. Also, thank you for the hydration! My voice needs it. There you go, my collar also needed it, so I thought I'd hydrate my collar a bit, you know. Oh yeah, thanks for the bottle, Nemo. Here you go. Thank you. Everyone remember to hydrate your collars. Nemo, can you get me another bottle of Nyan juice, please? This one's almost empty. Oh, it was invisible. cheese. Ah, why do you have to throw cheese at me, Nimu? God. Yeah, Nimu threw that all the way from the kitchen. Okay. It's gonna get kind of annoying with this. Like this. Nice try. Ah! Oh my god, this looks... Holy crap. Kanami, what have you done? What have you done? This is your fault. What you're looking at right now. It's like Yuke. Angry Yuke things. Holy crap, I can't even see the rest of me. Let me just... Imagine anyone comes to stream and sees this.
Lactose-filled dairy product.
Yeah, unfortunately the cheers is so close. The camera's so close you can't see the cheers. Unfortunately, I might be able to change that at some point. E.T. phone home. Well, E.T. kind of is a bit like a snake, right? Right? Oh, hey, you can see the cheese if I like remove it. Oh, never mind, it's fixed. Wow, that was an interesting transition back to a non-spooky voice. Kanami, I hope you're proud of yourself for that. That was so much more cursed than you ever thought it would be. I think we scared some people away as well. Okay. How many points are there? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. This should work. Thankfully, there's the same on the other side, so I can just duplicate it. And again, I need to do one of the lights, hopefully. Should be identical, right? Should be identical lights. A little wagging tail? Yeah! It's my little wagging ahoge. With the hairdo. It originally had a very sensitive dynamic, a very sensible dynamic bone. I mean, in other words, it moved around in a very... kind of like the rest of my hair, and then I decided to just give this one on the top of my head very, very, very little damping. So it's like got a huge amount of momentum and it just keeps on wiggling around, and it's just like, look at it go, because I have a very, very strange sense of humor. And I thought it was simultaneously kind of funny and kind of cute. Like it's its own little life form, you know? So when you're giving me head pats, really you're just patting the little ahoge life form on my head.
Käse!
Don't worry, you missed the ahoge. Also, thank you for... Wait, no, thank you for the cheese ahoge. I mean, devil. Sorry, I just called you ahoge. I need to remove these points. Dissolve, right? Yeah, there we are. Nice! Look at that! That's not too shabby. Also, welcome back, Devil! Nemo, why are you taking so long getting something from the kitchen? No, you're not being demoted at all. Wait, demoted from Devil to ahoge? I'd call that... Wait. Never mind. Never mind. Oh my god. Okay, so then I can just duplicate that to get another light on the other side. That's the sound of me running on the floor. How many legs do you have, Nemo? I would like to know. Okay, so the clap emoji originally does have a capital C. All of them. That should be 6 legs, right? Nemo, are you secretly an ant? Nemo. It's very hard for me to maintain a sus face. Also, why does it look like there's like a bracket on the side of this light like this? And it makes no. Why would there be a bracket on the outside? I think I might have to look at more reference pictures. Let me just have a look, see if I can get a view of the side. DDR machine marquee close up. Ooh. This looks useful. Oh, it's so dark though. What the hell? One second. This is a really useful picture for what I'm doing right now. Let me just save this and slap it onto OBS. My nyan juices are running away from me. Hold on. Let me just get this interview. Zip. Look at this. This is quite useful. So I kind of want to do like this. So it's like it's attached from the left-hand side. Oh, because there's a speaker, so it's going to be so heavy, right? Also, look, you can see there's like a little pressure hole there, like a port hole there, and the main speaker's there. I've never been able to see that before. Turns out when you boost things to crazy levels, you can see things. Sprite? Yeah, this really does look like Sprite. What the hell? It's kind of useful, huh? Oh god. So from the front, am I gonna have to model these little angular parts? I wish I hadn't looked at this now. This is way too much detail. Screw it. Screw this. We're getting rid of this. Whoosh. I never looked at that at all. I'm not even gonna do the bracket at the moment. I might do it later though. I thought the economy symbol was the 7-Eleven. Nice. Make your own machine. Look, that involves some kind of imagination. And I don't have that. So unfortunately it's probably not gonna, I don't know. That's why I didn't feel good marking this stream as art and I went with the software development thing instead. Because, you know, I'm not artistic. I cannot. I don't have an imagination for stuff like this. I'm sorry. Instead of speakers, just put cat ears on the top. Oh my god. I could even make it so that when I do this, the ears on the machine go down as well. Or I could have them make them go up extra when I do this as well. Huh, I thought I actually had my ears do that at first. Reverse ears? What? What? Oh yeah, right, because they're speakers. Yeah, I understand. I get it. Alright, let's try and do the lights. I feel like the lights are going to be much easier because it's basically just like a square, you know, from this side. I mean, the front is circular, right? But... and there's the bracket as well, but... I think I'll do this as two separate planes, actually. This bracket part, and then this part. And then I will... let me just try and scroll over here without ruining my alignment. Yeah, okay, so there, it's just like a straight... oh no, I guess it's like a cube, huh? That goes over there. Yeah, I guess, okay, yeah. Where's my... there it is. Let's turn on the volume just a little bit. And we'll duplicate that. This one's going to be called... let's put it there roughly. Let's call it marquee light side. And once I've done that, and once I've done the bracket, it'll be time for me to flip the camera around like zip. No, like that. This super flat right now. And expand them out so they're not flat. Please wish me luck with that. Oh god. I just realized how these... okay, whatever. I don't even want to think about how bad this is gonna look. Luck is wished. Thank you, thank you. Light aside. Okay. We don't really need many points for this, do we? I'll just use them and remove the ones I don't need, I guess. Really, I just want a square, right? And then I can rotate it, but... guess it doesn't matter if it's not a perfect square. Hey, the imperfections are what make it art, right? That's how you get art. You can really feel the, like, every single brush stroke and mouse click that this cat put into modeling this. When you look at the spotlight, you become the spotlight. Wait, what? Guess I could have said you become in the spotlight. Oh, this looks a lot better if I click the actual line. Okay, one of these goes all the way over. Oh my god, look at all these other points. Let me move this. Zip. When you look at the Yuki, you become the Yuki. No. Please, like, for your own sake, don't do that. Never look at the Yuki directly. That's why I made the sensor reading. So that when there's something truly cursed on the screen, you can, like, save your eyes. Your brain. It's like a snow crash thing, where as long as you don't look at the pattern directly, then you're safe. That's what I was thinking of when I made the scrambled effect. Is this short story called... Is the story actually called Snow Crash? Okay, so it looks like we have this wider plane on the front of the light that extends, you know, wider than the can of the light, I guess you'd call it. Yeah, it's like this thing that sits on the front of the light and it's wider, and then behind that you've got the narrower part that goes back. Oh yeah, whoops. Okay, so I guess I'll make that a separate plane. Looks like a robot from Overwatch. wait, which thing? That? Or just the lights, the actual front of the real deal light in the manual. Oh, okay. I just dissolve those away. I'll just do that, and then I'll put a separate plane on the front. I'll extrude it outwards once I turn this to 3D. And I can duplicate this somehow. Nope. Yep. Put it down there. It should line up perfectly. Ooh, right, you can hold down shift and go to the closer movements. Oh god, that's making me realize how this front is not aligned very well. I understand. Let's drag it from a distance, then it's easier to see. Apparently I didn't drag it at all. Ugh. Let's hold shift. How's that? I think it's like slightly too far back. There we go. That one? That doesn't seem too bad. Not too bad, right? Not just like a little bit of bad? I think it's better. It's more obvious on this one that it's not properly aligned. In my head, anyway. It looks better aligned than this one to me. Maybe I'm just being crazy. Eh. Who really cares apart from me? It's weird, isn't it? Create one and copy it. Oh, right. I should probably do that first. You're right. I should do like one entire light and then copy the entire light, yeah. Let me just add the plane for the bracket on the side as well. Although it's a little bit pointless because you won't be seeing the side. You're only going to be seeing the cube that connects it, so... yeah, let's just do the cube on the side. Alright, I think that's everything then. Although it would be really useful if I just copy this, just so that I can see where it will be positioned. Because I'm going to lose this picture reference, you know. I'll just put that there for now. Alright, I think that's everything. Let's save it. I'm gonna make a new one now. A new file, which I'm gonna call... 3D marquee. Because that's what it's about to become. I guess I kind of want to switch to this view now so that I can see how wide to make it. Although, no, it's gonna need to be wider, actually. Wait, does that mean it's gonna be wide on the entire machine? Yeah, it does. It might be a bit stupid. And very obnoxious looking if it's, you know... gonna have my face on it, right? It's like I'm saying, my face is more important than the game. By the way, that's why I like doing this view. I don't like going to this view very often, because then my face is covering up some of the game and it's making it look like I think I'm more important than the game, or whatever it is I'm showing. Okay, so... oh, that looks really weird when it's in the process of shrinking. Look at that, look at those glitchy things. Okay, so I'm gonna need to... I positioned those all in the middle, huh? That looks so weird. Okay, okay, let's position these all... oh, the blue line is the flipping axis. That was confusing me. Okay, let's take those. All of those. Nemo, stop! I'm not... wait, did the meow trigger the floating emote? I didn't see it. Did it? No, what the hell? Wait, is that not one of the emotes? I thought that was one of the emotes. Huh? I thought I had that emote. What? Now I'm confused. Apparently I haven't got that as one of the better TTV emotes, huh? Wait, hang on a sec. Why is better TTV's emotes not showing up here? I'm only seeing Franco faces. The hell? Yeah, Mia is a better TTV emote. Hang on a sec. What's going on here? Why am I not seeing any of my... any of my better Twitch.tv emotes? Is this the case for anyone else who has the plugin? I don't actually have the plugin. So I'm just relying on the plugin within OBS and the emote showcase on Twitch. Yeah. It sees them. Oh! The problem is... it's 3 A's, not 2 A's. Damn, that cat hardly got shown at all because it flew behind the music. Let's try again. I don't know why it's 3, that's just what it was called. I don't make the rules, but you know them, and so do I. Thurston. Cute. Meow. Meow. How's my impression? I don't think it's very good. Okay, so I need these to appear to the right of this. So let's just align this roughly. I can't remember exactly how it goes. You, yeah, what? What? You have 2 new emotes. Nice. Is one of them a Nimimya? That'll do. Wait, why are these so badly aligned? Oh yeah, because I did them according to a photo instead of something else. Let's come out of edit mode, not edit mode, edge it mode. Go into stance and move this. Let's do it by scaling, I think. And sliding along. I'll just have this clip down into it slightly because I don't know any better. Why does it look so thin on this line and so thick on this line? What the hell? It's very strange. Very confusing for modeling. Drag these up slightly as well. Zip. And then, position these correctly vertically. Wait, that's a different mesh. The marquee side. And the light side. Well, actually, they're both going to be at different positions. Let's do the marquee first. Whoa, what the hell? Just this one. Sure, roughly like this. Oh my god, this music sounds so nice. And then we'll... Hang on a sec, I want to turn this up slightly. I want to be in this serene... place. Okay, and the speaker side... and the light side. So the light side's a... Oh, this is a very, very confusing perspective. I'm so confused by this. Let's just move it sideways then. Okay, no, it's completely in the wrong position. Oops. Why would you put an axis right on top of the place where you're moving it? Well, I guess normally you're not moving 2D things, are you? Fine. Does it really sound familiar? I think I only heard it. Shit, I was moving this, wasn't I? God damn it, I was moving that instead of just the mesh. Instead of the points on the mesh. Let me just apply that offset then. Okay. And finally the speaker side. Man, isn't that so weird? The speaker side here looks like it's curving around like that. Looks like these corners are curved, but when you look at this, they're curved on this side. Does that mean that actually, like, the corner of a like a smoothed cube corner? I don't even understand how I'd make that. Well, let's just do the marquee first. Yeah, yeah, I just sort of went... Suddenly me. Oh my god, it's myself looking at myself, looking at myself, looking at myself. Look at this fighting. Okay, no!
Jeez.
Cheese. No! That's not gonna do anything, it's not running at the moment. Wait, wrong way. No, unfortunately, it doesn't continue down. Oh my god, that's very confusing seeing that. How can I... There is a way I can do that. Oh no, there isn't. I've got to have this running on the other monitor. There's not an easy way to do it without restarting my thing. This thing. Alright, let's try to make the marquee 3D first, shall we? Zip. Wait. I think what I need to do is extrude. Oh, why is it giving me the back faces? Why would you do that? Okay, whatever. I can flip them afterwards. Wait a sec, it doesn't seem to be acting correctly. Oh, it is. Okay. So how does that look now? Oh my god, look at that! Holy crap! That's like... Oh my god! It worked! I'm just gonna flip these end pieces around. Look at that! Oh my god! I can't believe that just worked! Now look at these little 2D things on the side. Oh my god, I'm so happy! I've never done that before! I just sort of guessed at how I might be able to do it, and it actually worked. Oh my god, I'm so happy! Now I need to like take the ones which are going to be displaying a camera, which I guess are going to be these ones. Thank you very much! Yeah, I guess those ones. We can show avatar in there. I don't care if it's not properly 4:3, I'll just crop it. I mean, not properly 16:9 aspect ratio. Alright, I will duplicate those ones. Like this. Zip. And we'll just move them out on this axis just a tiny little bit. Oh, wait, actually, what I want to do is separate them, right? Do I actually want 2 copies? I only want 1, really, right? I just want to map the texture. Oh, no, I do need them to be separate. I need them to be, Wait, no, I don't need... How do you set which materials are, which material, thing uses? Do you do it by face? Or by, like, a connected group of faces? Or by vertex? I don't remember how you do it. To selection. A selection of what the face is, I guess? Because in that case I could just, like, keep this all connected, right? And just assign these faces to their own material. UV map those to be like, you know, take up the entire square. Okay, no worries. Wait, so apparently I have 0 materials at the moment, what the hell? Oh. Window and non-window. Okay, I'm going to make a new material. They are actually ready, I just need... Oh, nice! Wait, did you spill the beans, Nimu, about what the emotes are? Or is it top secret? Let's make a mesh, a material. That's not going to be set up in Blender, but it just needs to be a different material. And in Unity, that'll become the render texture material. Let's just make one, call it... Yeah, call it... Peak and derp. Nice. Nimu... Oh my god. Nimu peaking is one that's definitely needed. How do I rename the damn material? Oh. What should it be called? Marquee. I guess. What the hell, where am I? Why am I looking? Oh. What the hell's layout? I was doing this all in the modeling thing? Huh, I thought I normally did in the layout. Also, thank you for the hydration! Hi, Minnie! Minnie! There you are. My hand wasn't working. I feel like Nimi peeking is like a... Yeah, a much needed emote there. I have a drinking problem today. What? What, Minnie? I cannot guess. Are you gonna say that you're cute? Hey? Okay, let's assign these the marquee material. Boop. Wait, why is everything else now also assigned? Hang on a sec. Okay, wait a sec. Let's just assign everything to the non-window for now. Wait, what? Hang on, I'm bamboozling myself. Everything gets assigned to non-window except for these. Ooh, that actually selected exactly what I wanted. And they are marquee assign. So non-window is... Let's just deselect everything. Non-window is that, and marquee is that. Alright, perfect, perfect, perfect. Yeah. God, UV mapping this is gonna be confusing. You have 2 days off at work now, and go weekend. Nice! I feel like I need to quieten this music slightly. Oh god. I haven't had 2 days off and weekends from work in a month, if not longer. Oh my god! Enjoy your weekend, please! Please don't, like, get ill or injure yourself this time. Okay. Let's try and extrude the lights now as well. Means the line is roughly the same. I'm doing it based on this view. Down here. Ooh, that looks absolutely kind of perfect, except it's too big for the marquee now, but whatever. Minnie, I'm joking. I know you're not. I know you're not. No one would choose to be ill or in pain, probably, unless it's like a fun pain. Anyway, speak aside. Let's see if I can extrude this. Wait, why can't it? Object mode. Speak aside. Hello? Speak aside? Hello? Edit? 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 Me? What? Oh, I couldn't see the vertices close on face mode still. Okay, let's extrude. Oh, no, that's not how you do it. That's how you do it. Again, backwards. What the hell? Okay, roughly up to there. Whoop. And we'll flip those around. Don't remember what the shortcut key for that is. Okay, so now the speaker looks like that, which is very nice from a side view. But I kind of really would like... Well, this needs to be flipped as well, huh? I kind of really would like them to look rounded from the front as well. So essentially I want this. I want to round this corner. These corners. And I do not know how to do it. This doesn't look like an easy thing to do. Oh god.
Oh god.
Cheese.
What is happening to me? Oh my god, you can just see my wrist cuff thing. That's the word, cuff. Ah! Oh my god. What are you doing to me? Stop this. This is horrible. I swear to God, I'm not really this spooky. I'm apparently being muted, but you're not doing it. Ah!
Cheese.
Jeez!
I actually...
Shut.
Wait. Did I really? Cause, I have never heard a guy sound that busy before. All this cheese! When I whip my head around, you can see the cheese on the other side of the camera, but the camera is so close that you can't see the cheese. Ah! Oh my god, because of the derp, it's so super wide that you can't even... Only one of my eyes is showing up. I had great fun adding very strong
bass boosts to this.
This. Anyway, there you go, there's the cheese. Wow, what a trip that was. Wait, shit, what did I press? I pressed something I didn't mean to press. Press. I'm sorry, I'm messing around too much. So this is angled like this as well. How the hell are you gonna end up smoothing these? What am I doing? Stop this! I'm trying to go to that. My eye is itchy. How does one smooth? Look, I need to like have it extra. Wait, sorry, extra. What do you call that? Versus. So messy. A cat with lots of voice edits? Oh, you mean when it was
this and then also this? No.
You didn't do that. Oh, you just did derp.
It was just this.
I can show you each of the edits if you want. Let's do it. Let's suddenly go into a voice, sound singing thing. So my evil thing is this. This isn't my longest chain of effects. It consists of pitch down, 2 mono, multiband git, bass boost, and then another boost thing to make me sound clearer, another thing to remove really nasty S's, and then a compressor at the end. Let me show you the effect of each of them. You brought this upon yourself.
So if I turn it on... Wait, how do I... There's no easy way to turn these all off. Hold on. Do it one by one.
Okay, so nothing's on now. Pitch down alone
Makes it sound like this, which is a little bit...
cheese.
Yeah, a little bit cheesy, exactly.
and it becomes stereo.
Yeah, which is not something I want. So first, I convert it to mono, like that. This thing, what does this do? Oh, right. It avoids some sounds coming through unless they're very loud. Then this thing gives a big bass boost, really big bass boost, and treble boost, like that. And then this makes it a little clearer, but it makes the S sounds kind of painful. So this stops the S sounds from being so bad. And then this just generally boosts everything up to be a bit louder. A bit. Wait, I can't change it, never mind. This is normally lower down. Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's not.
Okay, whatever. Anyway, enough of that. We're flying back. Wait, is this still working?
Working properly? Yeah, I think it is.
That was a fun one to make, though. Anyway, back to this. Gooey. No gooey Yukon stream. Brain is full of information, isn't there? Or is it just, like, you know, did I just talk nonsense and, like, be authority? Anyway, let me just see what I can do to try and get these smoother. I guess what I need to do is possibly... What if I extrude? What if I do this? Wait, no, that's not what I want. Extrude's not what I want. I kind of want subdivide, but I don't know if that's gonna work when I do this. No? Subdivide edge ring? No edge rings found. Nope, that's not the one then. Alright, let's just screw it, extrude it. Extrude edges? Ah, I think this might be what I want. Maybe. Not sure, actually. Maybe? It looks like what I want. Okay, so let me just add one there, and... Oh, hang on, let's get the music going. One there. And one there. And then I'm guessing that maybe I can pull this one inwards a bit. Get rid of this. Where was it? That. You can extend the side, creating a new polygon, and then shrink the edge. Extend the side, creating new polygons. Ah, I feel like that's what I'm trying to do, right? And then, like, sort of shrink this one, like that. But why is just one of these looking at the outside? What the... Or the inside? Ooh, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Like, it's a little bit bad, but, you know. And then select the next one across. I guess you want, like, a small inward thing at first, and then on the next one it wants to be more exaggerated. Like that. That doesn't look that bad. Look at that! Look at that! That looks kind of good. I hate to say it. That actually doesn't look that bad. That really doesn't look that bad. You know what's going to be worse though? It's not going to be symmetrical when I do it on the other side. Okay, and I guess there are some planes inside here now. Some faces where they shouldn't be. If we go to face select. Oh, wait a second. Okay, there is only a face on the inside, it seems. Let's delete that face then. Wait, how do you do this? Face? Yeah. And then we want one face on the very outside. How do you do that? Do you select them all and then there's like a... some way of putting a face there? It happened because I extruded only the edges. How do I make a face out of that? The... fill? Ooh, that's not a very pretty fill, but... I mean, it works. I mean, the edges are connected, but it just didn't... I don't say. Is there a way to like convert this to an n-gon? Mine is going to be trying to get it in the end anyway, so who cares? It's not that big a deal, is it? Copium. Try it again from extending. What do you mean something went wrong? I did extrude edges. Should I have done extrude faces instead? I was avoiding doing extrude faces because I didn't want the duplicate faces. Maybe I actually needed them. Ooh. Hold on a sec. Why did the camera just flip around like that? That was weird. Okay. I'm gonna do it by a fixed amount this time. And so this is already the correct width, so what I actually want to do is drag them this way. But obviously it's gonna look really bad when I do that. Really, really bad. So I think I need to actually stretch it to be smaller first. You know what? Let me just align this. Let's just... Oops. Use just the speaker part as a reference. Like that. I can barely zoom in any further on this. Okay, never mind. I can actually zoom in quite a lot further. About 3,500 seems about right. Could go closer. Sure. And then Blender. We'll align this. Zip. As well as I can, because it's not perfect, shall we say. Alright, fine. And then what I'm going to do is sort of shrink this to be purposely, or rather drag it this way to make it purposely not as far, and then extrude out like this a couple of times to make it the correct length. Does that sound good to you? Can I do this while snapping, actually? Ah! Just seeing how far I zoomed in I'd have to go to be able to get the next... 1 sec, Minnie. How is it time again? Okay, I'd have to zoom in pretty far to be able to get to the next level of... I guess it doesn't really matter at this point. Okay, 1 sec. Hydration time? I looked really, really derpy while trying to do that. 1 second, I have to take care of my nose. Holy crap, why is it slapping me so much? Well, there we go. I just worked out how to fix it. Resetting the avatar. And resetting the... offset or whatever. Recentering the tracking. Thank you for the pats! Even though yours isn't quite a slap, kind of me. Because you happened to do it right while I was off at a weird angle, sorting my nose. Also mini. Okay. So actually I can see right here that I need to drag it to... You know what? From this position I can actually see exactly where I need to drag these to. There's only one, right? Why are the duplicates again? No, there are duplicates again! No! How does this happen? I always end up with like 2 of something. Now do I have only 1? Nope, I still got 2. Now do I have any 1? Okay, now I do. I don't know what I always do to end up with multiple ones. Okay. Save it. And we're gonna drag in this direction. Nope, not that one. This one. Right up to there. So what I'm doing is I'm looking at this. So I can see there's a curve there and a curve there. No, actually it's easy to look down there. One there, one there, one there, and one there. So 3 extrusions. The original and then 3. So 1 is like right around there. Extrude faces up to there. And then I'll delete the internal faces that get copied. Extrude 1 more time. Up to around there, I guess. Then 1 more time again. Like that. Because most of the difference between the positions of these ones are going to come in on this axis. So let me just... think that's about right, right? Right. Let's do the other side as well. Grab in this direction. Somewhere around there. And then extrude out. By the way, what am I doing when I press E? Is it extrude faces or extrude edges? Because if I can just press E, that's a very nice shortcut. E. Somewhere around there, I think. Why does this look so different to the other side? What the hell? Why does it look so much different? So different to the other side. I guess this one's not particularly well positioned. I'll drag this one back a bit. This one. There. Man, it looks so different. Look, why is it such a wide? Oh, I know why. No, I don't. Yeah, for some reason this corner is going to be very, very, very smooth, and this one's only going to be a little bit smooth. When I'm looking at the reference. Maybe it's because I'm incorrectly looking at this one thick line as being the... Can't quite work out what I'm doing differently. I feel like I'm following the same clues as looking where the corner jerks into a new angle. I'm not really sure how to word this. I guess it's mostly just those two that are in a different positions. Drag them this way a bit. I'm totally just eyeing this, which generally I hate doing. Just trying to make them about the same on each side. I can see they're not, but I can't see which one I need to move. I need to move this one. I swear to God. Why can I not move just one pixel? No! Just one! There, okay. It's completely wrong because I forgot to lock it into one axis when I was dragging. So I accidentally went like... How's that? Okay, that looks kind of similar, right? I'm gonna go with that. Final answer. So... now I'll do the scaling in this direction. Well, there is only scaling in one direction, right? Right around there. I can barely even see what the hell's going on up here. What is this mess? I think one of the lines is like outside instead of inside. Looking at the wrong side of the face. So it's red instead of blue. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to align this bottom part right here. Somewhere around... Wait a sec. Ah, that's easier. What the hell? Why didn't I have on this view before? Scale. Yeah, there we are. That's way easier. Wait, hang on a sec. These need to be symmetrical, so I'll do both of these at the same time. And I have to do it to the Z-axis only. Then this one. And this one. Wait a second, I'm pressing backslash instead of shift. It's not a good start. Somewhere around there, maybe? And then finally... Wait, hold on a sec, what? How does it end up wider? Oh, was I shifting instead of scaling? Whoops. Somewhere around there? And then finally this one. And this one. Scale on the z-axis. I don't know, something like that. Something like that, I guess. Alright, how does it look? Ooh, not bad. Oh, I was only scaling it. I should have been scaling on another axis as well. God damn it. Well, let's redo that. It's more like I just want to lock it on one axis rather than... And so still scale on two axes instead of scaling only on one. Alright, so scale. Then how do you look? Is it shift? X? Why is it telling me what it's doing? Oh, looking global X there. So X is the wrong one though. Is it Y? Looking global Y. Yeah, that sounds good. Alright, extra practice. See if we can do it a second time. Make it look better. Boop. You can select edges and then rotate for another view to see all the edges. True, my hand! That's not my hand, that's the microphone. Why is it tracking the microphone as my hand? That's true, but then I'd need to move this view to like see what this one looks like when rotated as well, right? I mean, at least that's the problem that I thought I was having. Somewhere around there. And this one. Scale looking Y. Something like that. This doesn't look as good as before. I think it's because this needs to be slightly further in. That is very adorable, definitely. Let's pull this one out a bit. Nimu, stop this. Lies and slander also is cute. How's that? Why do I feel like this isn't as good as before? Oh, hang on, that looks a bit better. Guess I'll pull this one out slightly as well. Or maybe not. No. Alright, okay, how's that look then? Hey, there we go. Look at that. Holy crap. Okay, so now there should be duplicate faces on the inside, right? Or not? Okay, so this is on the outside. That's good. If I go onto the inside. What faces do we have? I cannot see any like dots to select faces on here. Is there only a single face? Huh. Yeah, there's actually only one outer face. Look at that. If I were to delete this face, then you're just seeing through into there. Wow! Well, that worked perfectly then. Actually perfectly. Not even a single face randomly became outside instead of inside. Oof. Okay, so that speaker can be duplicated over to the other side as well. I think I'll just use the mirror transform to do that. Let's do that. And then if I modify it at all, you know. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to do the spotlights as well. No, I'm not sure. Well, whatever. Okay, modifier. Mirror. What's that? The Y. Wait, oh, look at that. So the Y axis. 3, 2, 1. Boop! There it is. And this is just going to be floating at the moment, right? There's no bracket joining them yet. I'll worry about that later. Man, I can't believe that! Thank you so much for that advice about how to smooth the corners. From all angles, you know? It's smooth from this angle. And it's smooth from this angle. Ah, that works so well. Okay. Alright, let's do the lights then, I guess. Really? I don't know, you gave me, like, moral support. Oh my god. Okay, so the lights are meant to start, like, maybe, 1, 2, like, maybe a third of the way through the speaker. So yeah, that's the correct positioning already. But I need to still use this reference for saying how white the lights should be. What? How's the hydration time already? I literally just like did a couple of scaling of extruded edges and then like 15 minutes has gone already? But thank you very much for the hydration, Devil. And then you said thank you very much for the Devil hydration. I'm so sorry, Devil. How are you able to watch this? It seems very, very tedious. How's your health? I'm ignoring sleep issues. I think I'm okay, thank you. My oh wow, we can have it on this view with it being transparent. Then you can see VU meters showing through. Yeah, it's just a cough and it's just, can't really taste. Do you think it'd be better if I change this to art then instead of... Maybe I should make it art instead of software and game development. Because it's not really software, it's modeling, but like... You know. There is no category for 3D modeling. I wouldn't call what I'm doing art, but I guess it's like... If I were doing this in 2D, I'd consider it art. When I'm doing it in 3D, I'm considering it not art. But it basically is like vector art, right? Just in 3D. Ugh. Anyway. Why does this like disappear into the background when I do this? I don't know. But thank you for asking. Okay, let's try to align this. Programming is art too. Oh, it absolutely is, in my opinion, but not according to, you know, other people. Man, the trouble is now when the stream gets archived, Twitch is gonna add chapters for the change from software development into art. And people are gonna be like, oh boy, can't wait to skip this Blender crap. Skips to that chapter. Surprise Pikachu face. Damn, when I'm like this, the speaker looks so badly smoothed. I want to fiddle around with it some more, but whatever. Let's just do the lights first. So we'll select them. What is up with this really weird positioning of stuff? Like, it doesn't like match up with anything anymore. I'm not really understanding why. Oh, is it because they're tilted? I'm so confused. But like the width of the speaker's correct. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna zoom out. Let's put everything into perspective. Let's try and get this all in view. Boop. Oh yeah, I need the marquee as well, right? This is where we find out everything is completely the wrong scale. Oh, look at that speaker. It looks way too thin. Well, not way too thin, just a little bit. No, actually not too bad. All things considered. Those things being the fact that this was made by the uke. The derp. Oh yeah, that's not too bad, I guess. I guess. Oh, now this is really out of alignment. What the hell? I feel like the screen is like... Ah, thank you for the pants. I feel like a screen is like something that's non-negotiable. That has to line up. The main screen. Turn on. It's you. How are you, gentlemen? All your base belong to us. So if I just like maybe change this, drag it to the left a bit? Question mark? Wait, is this? No! No credits! What if I scale this? If I were to scale this down to 0 in the Y direction so it becomes 2D, is it centered? No, it's not.
Cheese.
Ah! Alright, fine, I'll give myself a bit of credit. God. Okay. Can I snap to the grid just in this direction?
Cheese.
Cheese! Yes, I can. Oh shit, now I can't expand it out though, can I? I'm what you call a genius. Where the genius is in like air quotes, which is apparently impossible to do with the leap motion. Okay, let's just snap this then. On the y-axis. Okay, that's snapped. And this as well. Okay, that's snapped. Okay. Now I guess if I were to shrink this down to 0 on the y-axis, it's properly centered. Yes, okay. Airhead full speaker brave. Wait, how does that work? Where's my brain then? If all the air is in my head? Or is it a brain somehow made out of air? And they said hair. That's not too bad. Speakers... I guess it's alright. The light, lights are striking me as very odd right now. Lights are striking me. Okay. Oh, mind you. Oh, I think it's because you can't see the... Right. Okay, I think I see the thing. Look. This is the can of the light, the smaller thing, right? And it's got the square thing on the front of it that's bigger. What I've been making is the can. So what I should be doing is dragging this, like, over there. Without it snapping. like that. And then I worry about the plates on the front afterwards. So this is actually smaller than that. So that's why it's ending before the edge of the big plates and before the bottom of the big plate, I guess. I can't even put into words what I'm thinking. Okay, so the end result is that you just need to, I can do this with just one and then copy it down, right? Let's just do it with one. Because I don't have to replicate the plane on the front and the holes and everything. I'll do it with one for now. Wait, no, I still need that as reference for where it's gonna go. Okay, so extrude in this direction, which is obviously inside out for some reason. Because blender. Let me select those faces. All of them, I guess. Or just these ones. Wait, what? Huh? Hmm? Is it selected? I think so. And then, flip those normals. Boop. Okay. Hesitant to move this camera around, but... Oh no, something else has been flipped wrongly. Wait, is it literally everything then? All those faces, even the ones on the outside edge, need to be flipped? Ah, yeah. Absolutely every single face was backwards. Oh god! Wait, what? What the hell? Am I like... How am I rotating this? I didn't know I could do that. Ah! Have I discovered new... Ah! I've discovered new shortcut keys in Blender. What the hell? Whee! Shift numpad 4 does this apparently. Shift numpad 3 puts it to precisely this angle and no other angle. Where's that? Is it trying to make this vertical? Anyway, somehow it still aligns perfectly when I bring it back. Okay. So while I'm still aligned like this, I'm gonna make a plane that is the front of the lights. I might as well just copy one of these faces, to be honest. Actually, this is a very stupid idea. This machine will not make a flip, no. What? The machine... What's the machine doing? What? Oh. That. Wait, how do I do it again? Shift 4. But I gotta be on this different side of you, right? Why are none of these number keys doing anything right now? Apparently an animation is playing according to that frame number.
Use door.
Oh, there we are. Why the cheese? My small brain is working as hard as it can. Okay, I'm gonna make a mesh on the lights. Mesh object called sorry, a mesh that is... Wait, what? Can I not do that? Oh, add plane. It's gonna be kind of short, small rather, 0.1 by default. Rotation. It's all the way down there. Which axis is it? Not that one. That one. Rotate to 90. We'll drag it in this direction. And I should be able to just go boop, 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 beep. And perfectly aligned again. Nice! Oh my god, it's actually almost 10 centimeters. I'll do it down here because there's a bit more free space. It's less cluttered. And we'll scale it to... I don't know. 1.1? 1.2? Maybe something like that. And then just drag it upwards to this one. Something like that. I realize this is going to be perfectly flat and the light's tilted, so I'm just going to correct that from this side now. Oh my god, it's not even close to being aligned. Okay, whatever. You know what? I should have just extruded that. I should have just extruded this face right there. Why did I not select it? Oh. Or duplicated it, actually. Yeah, yeah. More like cut it out onto its own place, right? How do you do that? I guess duplicate and then delete the original? Oh my god. Nice, because I was still using the scroll wheel to change zoom. I can get it back to the same zoom. Oh, nope. Nope. Align! God damn it, align! There we are. Just gotta shout at Blender sometimes. Okay, so now we can try to align this. And of course it looks narrow, like, shorter than than it is wide. Excuse me. Because it's tilted. Just like me. Oh god. We'll go down there and scale it up just a bit. I should be able to drag that back up, right? And the line perfectly? With this face at least? Snapping should work for that, right? Snapping to the edge of a face. The center? I guess? Why isn't it doing it? What? Why are you not snapping? If there's a hydrate, do streamers can drink without it? I'm gonna be honest. I do lose track of the time and forget. So, not sure? Ah, center. Is that right? Wait. What did I say? Which part to snap onto the target? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't want the center to snap onto the center of this one, but it's not snapping. Why? Bounding block center? I don't think these options are actually changing anything. Oh, this is for transform anyway. Wait, what is that? Proportionality, wait, that's not what I want. Snap onto itself. Does that mean another face on the same mesh? Must do, right? It doesn't seem to be working. It really is just snapping onto everything. Active? Question mark? Right, no, I cannot get this snapping to work for the life of me. Like usual. The only thing that flipping works is the increment. Which I do not want right now. So I guess what I'll do is just keep it in its original position and scale it up here. And hope that that's okay. I guess so. And delete the other face that's on the inside. I just have this one. And they're not fighting with each other. Yeah, seems alright. It feels like it's bigger on here, doesn't it? It feels like it's a bigger face. Bigger front of the lights. Shouldn't be ever seeing this from behind, but if we do, this is not going to be rendered. But I mean, that is the light done. I guess. I mean, we need to make a like a circular cutout, I guess. What does that look like on the picture again? Let me just find that reference picture. Oh yeah, it's just a grill. Let's bring that sprite picture back up. Man, this is some grainy ass image. Okay, got some screws there, and then it's just a grill. And it sees through to something that's sort of like a plastic filter, I guess, a light filter. Hmm. So yeah, how's oh my god, it keeps on saying my microphone as if it's my hands. So I'm kind of wondering, I also wonder with the speakers, we need holes. So, and we need a mesh here. Is it better to do it with a transparent texture or to actually make many polygons? Because both of them have rendering performance impacts. How is it hydration time already? Thank you, Devil. That's the end of that nyan juice. Listen, I'll blow over the top of the bottle. Good enough. The end of a nyan juice bottle. But don't worry, there is another one, completely unopened. It's a bigger one as well. Yeah, not sure which to do. Oops. Oh yeah, by the way, this is a game that this is the DL site code for a game that I've been considering playing on stream. There's like a trial version you can download from there. It's kind of like Getting Over It, but with a lolly and a hammer and in 3D. It's the same kind of rage game, climbing over an environment using the least intuitive form of transportation. I might play that on stream sometime soon. I was just seeing if it would run okay. It seems very much like the innocent kind of game that Twitch would ban though, just because they don't like cuteness on their stream. But as long as it's manly grunting with lots of blood, it's fine. A streamer I know had problems with a hydrate redeem. Wait, how do you mean? Random chatter said can't drink without redeem. And that sounds awkward. Oh my god, my cough! Okay, so let me just set up a mirror. Oh, look at the alignment, it's perfect. What did something happen then when they said that? Or the streamer then decided to remove it because of that chatter? So this is just my imagination, or at least it's about the same. Oh god, now I've got hiccups. So what I could do is cut into this plane on the front. Just use a cylinder to cut into it. Make a circle. And that'll see through into, you know, this. And inside it, we could just have a texture that is this with a grill effect on it. Yeah, let's do it that way. Let's do it that way. Let's do it that way. But it's gonna look 2D anyway, and it's gonna be behind. So then we might as well just People started going back and forth in the chat fighting. What? Wait, fighting because... Huh? What would they be fighting about? The fact that Redeem is a city... So the hydration is a city Redeem or something? Or that they shouldn't have to spend their points to get the streamer to take care of themselves? What? I'm just trying to imagine what the argument points would be. I swear I can speak English. Man, to the extent that she had to remove the Redeem, Jesus. I hope that doesn't happen here. I mean, obviously it won't with any of you people, but... Long and stupid. I mean, she could have just, like, removed the people instead of the Redeem, right? I'm not sure the Redeem is the problem here. But, I don't know. I guess it sounds like the Redeem was the problem to some people, so... Whatever. After the whole chat. Not the entire chat, just, I don't know. I don't know, it sounds very silly. I almost want to see it, but I also kind of don't. I feel like it would just be bad vibes. Okay, so I've got a light there, and I can't really use this to mirror it, because it's going to appear all the way down there. Vocal minorities, yeah! It's the truth. My eye is slightly itchy for some reason. Probably hay fever. So what I could do, Dara, is like... No, I'll just make it a texture. I'll make it a texture because it's just going to be a grill with the color behind it, which is going to look 2D from the front anyway. If I make it a new object behind it, like, it's not really gonna help. Except it would help for when I'm UV mapping it, but... Got screws as well. I'm not really trying to model any of the screws at the moment though. Meaning ever, because create a new object or make a shape with two merging objects. You're not talking about the Boolean modifier to cut a hole in there, right? Or are you? I'm just wondering whether to use transparency, because I will be using a transparent material to cast a reflection on this reflection. And the speaker grills down here. These need holes cut as well. So I could just make like a whole load of cylinders. And cut a load of holes. I'm not sure I have one where you can see very well. No, you can't see well at all there. Well, maybe you can just about make out that there are holes cut here. So many of them though, right? Probably don't want that many holes. Kosa! Hi! I'm alright, apart from the cough I keep having to do every now and then when I get too excited. And squeaky. Left over from COVID, but apart from that, COVID is gone. Better create a new object with holes in it from the start. Oh, I see what you mean. Right. But I'm not sure I actually want to punch so many holes into a mesh. It's gonna make so many vertices, right? It might just be better to make a transparent texture. You could even like have it tiled, have the UV tile. Wait, make a texture? This is not something I've ever done. I've never used Blender for texturing stuff. I've always used Photoshop. And then just, you know, aligned stuff on the UV map on here. Well, I save out. How do you do it again? Somewhere on this screen. Normally. Maybe I actually have to have an image open. You can save out a picture of the UV map. And then I put that onto Photoshop and align everything on Photoshop. Creating a shadow, but it works from perspective. I have done no texture or shadow lighting stuff on Blender before. I don't know. I guess I kind of know what you mean. But that's making a texture on Blender, right? You're making holes or something on Blender. And then turning that into a texture on Blender, right? No, but like, because I want to have them as few materials on Unity as possible to reduce overhead when rendering, I would kind of want to end up putting that atlasing it onto a part of a bigger texture anyway. So I might as well just make the texture myself. Okay. But what I could also... I'm a little What I was thinking I could do is make like a circle on a texture, right? And that circle is just one of the many circles that will appear on this speaker grill. And then I could tile that across using the UV map. However, I could only have a tiling effect if I add a lot of vertices anyway, right? Because I've got to drag the vertices back on the UV map so they overlap over and over and over and over and over. So you get holes being drawn, the same hole on the texture being drawn over and over. So, I mean, that's just adding vertices anyway. And doing that on a circle, God help me, how would I do that? Because it still hasn't been triangulated yet, so... I kind of hate to think, well, this... Okay, it's a good circle in this at the moment. If I were to tell it to subdivide a circle of circular face, what would it do? How would it subdivide it? Keep going to that view. Let's find out. Subdivide... Oh, subdivide edge? No, that's not the one. Huh, can you only subdivide edges? You can't subdivide faces? Well, you could subdivide faces. Can you not? Huh. I thought you could. Maybe it's called something different. I thought there was a way that you could subdivide... Oh, grid fill, that's what I'm thinking of. Loops are not connected by wire/boundary edges. What? Do I need to actually select this? Oh, yeah, that's the kind of... Wait, no. Huh? Okay, no, never mind. You can extend your circle object, creating a new circle, and just delete the center. Creating a new circle and delete the center. That'll be a donut. Why do I want a donut? I mean, I would love to eat a donut right now. Oh, you mean then you can just put holes in this inner part, right? And not the outer part. Is that what you're thinking of? Also, I've still got to work out how to do this neon. Yeah, I could do that. But then unfortunately on the inside it's still going to be just a circle, you know, so... Which is going to be hard to tile in, if I'm going to be doing it the tiling way. Speakers on the back of the speakers. Speakers underneath the speakers. Oh, that wasn't as funny as I thought it'd be. Never mind. Wait, what? I swear to God, why did these not go into the undo history on Blender? I mean, at least it's mirrored, so if I do this on one side, it'll show up on the other side. With all speakers on, looks like a robot I sent. Wait, what? Oh, I'm having a look. Oh, you mean the... on the head? With the 4... things like that? What? Oh, let me just drag this into OBS so I can show. Zip. Oh my god, it's super big. I didn't know that'd fill up the entire screen. Sorry about that. You mean the head of that robot with like the 4 circles? I know. So the the tweeter needs something doing to it as well. Needs holes punching in the top of it. I'm very tempted to do this just with the texture. Texture will need to be big, but the only impact of that is that it uses more VRAM. I don't think a lot of this is gonna need to take up much. I don't think there's gonna be much that needs texturing on here. We're gonna need the arrows, of course. But there's a lot of the just gonna be solid colors and like different reflectivenesses, you know, reflectivities, which you change in the shader settings for the material. You know, it's not like I need actual images plastered on all sides of the speakers and everything. So maybe I could just, the texture could mostly just go into making holes in the speaker. Ghastly! Hi! Thank you for the hydration! Devil! It's coming along pretty well, I've got to say. I'm just a little bit thinking about texturing at this point. I've done this today so far. Everything above this screen here. So from these cubes and upwards. Also, I should maybe just put the other lights down there as well. Also, thank you for the hydration! And also, how's you Ghastly Gamer? And also, how's you Corsair? Unstoppable Corsair. Also, no worries if you can't stay for long. I just noticed that you said that. Sorry, you might have gone already then. Good luck with whatever you're doing! Also, new bottle of Nyan juice. Here we go. Brace yourself. Reverb time. This might be aggressive. The sounds of summer. Sorry, it just sounded like it should have been like an advert or something. Wow, that was weird. I was expecting my voice, my to have reverb for a second. I was expecting my ass to have reverb for a second. I feel like I've been drinking a lot. Oh no, is there not like a sugar-free version of Nyan juice, Devil? Is it because of that, or is it the... oh no, is it because of the fizziness? What I'm drinking is basically just flavored fizzy water. In other words, there's no sugar, no real energy. But there's hydration. It's mostly water, right? That's kind of good, right? Ooh, why does that look so weird? Hang on a sec, why do these look like dashed lines? Like dotted lines? I don't recall ever seeing something look like this. Because I'm not on it. Okay, whatever, I need to do the speaker. And then I think I'll do the part where it joins on to the machine. Oh, no worries, gamer Cassidy. 9,000. Whichever part of your name I should shorten it to. Yes. Good luck. Good luck. Bye, 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 bye. I'll see you later if I see you later. Otherwise, I won't see you later. Again, these speakers do join in just before the edge of the speaker there as well, so I think their positioning is pretty good. Let me just... What? Speaker, 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 speaker! Oh no, oh no, wait, I'm being stupid. It's the lights that I want. Yeah, lights. We'll just copy the whole lights. Yes, good luck with whatever you have to do, and thank you! Let's duplicate this then. I could just press D, Shift D, but whatever. Drag it down. It's mirroring there on the other side, nice. Let's use this on the right hand side as a guide for where to put this. Obviously, I'd love to be able to align it, like snap it, but snapping doesn't really work, does it? I'll try it again, I'll give it another opportunity. Edge this time. See if it works. Ooh, it's actually snapping. Snapping to something else though, snapping to the speaker. Do I need to actually say self then? Oh my god, it's actually snapping! Can't quite tell. I need to zoom in. Can't tell what it's snapping to exactly. Oh, why is it so weirdly behaved? I try and snap the bottom right corner. Not that one. I want to snap the inner one, please. The inner edge. It snapped. Nice. Okay, so snapping can work. You just have to, Oh my god! Why does this suddenly look like it's coming together, like, really well? Look at this thing. Look at this thing! Thank you very much. Okay, so I want to, put the little, the cube things in the bracket that joins these things onto the main body of the machine. It's like I've just accidentally put something on top of OBS, I can't see you. Oh, there you are. So, we know that the lights are tilted downwards a bit, right? And to me, to me, it looks like these are cubes on the side that I tilted like that as well. Well, like you know, forward. Actually, maybe I can see it from a different view. Yeah, so I guess they're tilted cubes like that. So I'm very, very, very tempted to just copy this. This. And just scale it down a bit. Mind you, when I scale horizontally now, this is gonna happen. It's gonna be a very ungraceful sideways scale, watch this. There. That's not the kind of scale I want. But I guess I can extrude. What I need to do is like... intrude? I'm pretty sure there's an option to do that. Wait, hang on. Was it literally just... Did it... Ha! Sorry. Did it... Extrude flip normals. Was there not an option to do that? Or it's just extrude faces. There's something wrong with the scale for sure. Yeah, it's because, you know, this is 0. I'm not rotating the object. It's just the mesh. If you were to scale, if I were rotating it this... Oh god. You know, I'm trying to... Never mind. Gonna break it. Oh, right, undo doesn't work on this. Why? It's so arbitrary what is in the undo history and what's not. Anyway. Just making sure that I've completely broken something. Okay. Looks alright. Oh my god. How do I? Oh, there. Okay, so how wide is this bracket? You can't really see unless you're assuming that the bracket is just this length and then it's the same. I don't know. I don't think it's really a thing that I can see easily. Oh, maybe from this view I can. Maybe. Yeah. It's supposed to scale edges, so it should work nice. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Maybe by Blender 4? Might be able to do that. Okay, let's get those all in view. Alright, good luck, Devil! Bye. Good luck with your work. Bye for now. Hopefully I'll still be here when you get back. Or, you know, maybe you're hoping that I'll be gone by the time you get back. Okay, do this. Drag this over. This is strange, isn't it? The outer plane for these lights looks really different down there. Maybe the light is too low. Looks so good in your mind after texturing, nice. And I don't even really have textures in mind, except for the grill and the arrows. It's mostly just gonna be done by, you know, material metallicness, I guess. Nah, it's definitely not gonna look godlike. Maybe it does in your mind, but yeah. Okay, so maybe the speaker actually is in a bad position. Maybe it should be moved up a bit, huh? Let's try it. Whoop. This one... Yeah, sure, whatever. Oh, you know what? Oh my god, what's happening? Ah! I've undone something I didn't mean to undo. They're still aren't centered, you know, like the speaker is still much closer to the top one. But that's apparently just how it is, right? Like if we go to this view. Oh no, look, they are the same distance apart there. What the hell? I think I need to position these a bit better. Let's go to a side view. I'd love it from the side view because you can use this marquee to make very sure that you're aligned correctly. Because of its unusual shape. Then bigger, shove over a bit, slightly bigger still, just a touch. Maybe slightly smaller. Slightly bigger. Yeah, that'll do. And let's see if we can get the... Oh, wow, look at that light, it's way off! Actually, both lights are way off. The speaker's correct, though. How did that happen? It's almost like the whole lights just got shoved down a bit, like... Wow. How did that happen? Oh my god. Anyway, let's just fix the damn thing instead of being in shock that we made a mistake. Or I made a mistake. Okay, they align together now pretty well. So yeah, I guess the whole thing did get shoved down. Wow. And this plane here... Drawing's not good enough for my model, really? That's very kind. Okay, and I think this needs to extend wider. From this view, we can see that it's wider. That's the best way to do this. Not that way, that's for sure. Wait, yes, that way, individual origins, right? Yes. And then... I guess that's it. Individual origins. Maybe there. How's that? How's that? Zip. Before it was like that, now it's like that. Wait, what? Hang on a sec. What the hell's going on here? Why do we still have a face on the front of this one? We've got like 2 faces on this one, what the hell? That's weird. But not on this one, right? Man, I do not understand how things just become duplicated sometimes. What? What? Where's all this stuff just gone? What? Reveal hidden. Huh? Okay, I guess we just don't have a light here anymore. What the fuck? Huh? I mean, okay, this light is just not here anymore. How does this happen? Like, how have I deleted the light and there's no way to undo it? And it's not hidden because reveal hidden doesn't reveal anything? I hate Blender so much, you have no idea. It was here, wasn't it? I duplicated the whole thing, did I not? Is that the problem? Is that the problem? Did I never duplicate the entire light? Did I accidentally only duplicate this? But I like dragged the whole thing, I aligned it and everything. Alright, screw it. This program confuses me so much. I'll just delete everything. Did I not duplicate the entire thing? Oh my god. Also, for some reason, this has stretched the entire thing. You know what I'm trying to say. I'll put that back. We'll delete that. Who even cares about that anymore? This face is the only thing I wanted to change. Which I can't select for some reason. Oh no, sorry, face. Not edge. Okay, that is by itself. And that's what I wanted to scale up. Like that. Damn, now I can't use the fancy technique of, you know, individual origin. It's scaling multiple things over once. Okay, that looks better. A for all. Absolutely every single vertex is what the A stands for. Shift D. And drop it right there, I guess. That'll do. Okay. Things are positioned better now. So now to do what I was trying to do in the first place, I guess? Make the brackets? Wow, that's big. I need to concentrate on one side. Because it's gonna get mirrored. I'll just do it on the lights. I need to stop this from saying side now. Marquee light and marquee. Speaker grill, it's not just a side anymore. Yeah, right? Because from this view you could see this little bit poking through. Is it something to do with when I was snapping, maybe? Or snapping... I don't know. Did it snap like every... Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's try and align this. Maybe a touch smaller. Just a touch, just a touch. I'll align this. Oh my god. That was easy. Holy crap. Oh, it's not quite done though, is it? Is it too good to be true? Oh my god, this music. Is this the same person who did the other one that I really liked? Andrew Odd. There was another one called Sparks, right? I think that's what it's called. Yeah, Spark. Oh my god, it's Andrew Odd again. Man, I really like this person's ambient music. Unfortunately, they're the only two that I have from the Monster Cat library. Bye. Buy this artist. That'll do. That will do. Now let's do the cube. Oh, I was gonna do the cube by duplicating this, wasn't I? Boop. Wait, one. I swear to God, one day I'll remember the difference between a light and a speaker is. Okay, so like that. And then we'll just... I know it's missing the front of it, doesn't matter, I can fill a face in afterwards. But I'll duplicate that. Just so we get it at an identical angle, that's why I'm doing it that way. And then... shrink it? Back to this view. Now we can move it over. And it'll be like, you know, maybe not the right size, but it'll be the right angle. So now, if I just shrink... Easier said than done. At least for a smooth brain like myself. Just shrink it a small amount. Ah! Kind of use. Oh, there we are. Usually I can hold shift to get a more accurate thing, but even holding shift is very twitchy still. It's appropriate because that's what I'm streaming on. Could go with that, I guess. Maybe slightly smaller. Yeah, maybe that, and then I'll shove it up just very, very slightly. There we go. There we go. There we go. Then we just need to position it on the other axis, I guess. Wait, how do I do that again? There we are. So just in this direction. No, wait, where's it going? Hold on. Yeah, just on this axis is where I need to position it. Which I guess is pretty much like that, right? I wonder if it's precisely in the middle, actually. Very tempted to just snap it to, like, you know... Whoops. There. Precisely there. What would that look like if I did that? I mean, it's within the margin of error, right? It could be like that. Let's try that. Also, how is the hydration time already? Let's see if I can get... snapping to work. To snap it to the center as well. Thank you for the hydration, It really does. I swear to God. Listen to how heavy this thing is. You can just hear it by how I plunk it down. It's so heavy. Well, I mean, it's like 2 kilos, I guess. Which is genuinely not heavy in the grand scale of things, but... Oh, I guess they're even still bigger drink bottles, but whatever. Time really is running quickly though, you're right. See if I can align this to the center then. See if this works. Okay, let's go to the other side. There we go. Snapping to face centers. Is that gonna work? Not really. Like it's snapping all the time. Closest. It's not really snapping to the edge, is it? I mean, sorry, it's trying to snap to the edges, I guess. So if I were to do this... No, that's not how you do it. Oof, this thing is difficult to understand how it's deciding what to snap to, my god. So I'll just do it by eye, which is disgusting but very arty. Rather than scientific, so... Does anyone know how snapping works in Blender? That's like a rhetorical question. I mean, it's fine if you answer, but it's not like I'm looking for help. I'm just genuinely... I'm wondering if anyone understands? Probably. What? Interesting. Okay, moved it over there. Okay, let's move it back. I think I'll shrink it a little bit in this direction as well. Nope, so is the last one. Wait, why is snapping still on? It shouldn't be. What? Wait a sec. Oh, I just actually have it positioned wrongly. Somewhere around there is the center, so this little dot there where the face center is in the middle of the gap between the machine and the speaker. I'll just scale it down. I mean the lights up. Swear to God. Oh, right, actually no, I was right the first time. It does need to be between this frame and this. How is that snapping? Oh. Oh no. I'm trying to get this... Oh, I see. Ignore me, I'm just gonna be talking to myself for a while. All of these vertices... We could snap them to there. All of these vertices, we could snap them to there. And that's it, right? That's literally it. Oh, we got some fighting going on there, but we do not need a plane there at all, actually. We can delete that. Yeah, we can delete that plane. Oh, actually, before I do that, let me just join these four into a face. So we're not looking into this bracket here. How do you do this again? Fill, right? Fill face. Eh? What? 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 Has it just made a triangle? Between only those three? What? This, 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 this. What? What did I just select? Interesting. Somehow there's a duplicate vertex right there. Why and how? I do not know. Well, let's just merge them all by distance, I guess. Sure. Removed 12 vertices! There were 12 instances of that crap? Okay, whatever. Filling tool. Well, yeah, you should be able to just go like click, 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 and then do fill. Like that is what should have happened. If that's what you mean. Oh, you mean like an actual tool on the side for it? Right, sorry. Extrude. Oh, inset is what I was thinking about, not extrude. Bevel, knife, smooth spin, shear. I don't think so. There's a dedicated add cube button, which is kind of interesting to me. Can you like add and remove from these things as well? Why is there like a little triangle down there on the bottom right? Is there there are additional options available? Oh, there are if you do a long press. Interesting. seeing what the other options are. Excuse me. Not sure about that. It's creating triangles because the point not aligned. Oh, really? Oh my god, please get off this tool. I don't want this tool to be selected. Ah! Wait, not aligned? You should just be able to join them. Who? Doesn't matter. Oh, I guess they're never going to be aligned, right? Because of floating point inaccuracies, right? Or do they... Huh? I understand what you mean, but... Well, honestly, does it really matter? Also, is there a way to just, like, convert this final thing into quads? Into a quad? Or not? Okay, that works for me. They're gonna get converted into tries anyway. At the end, but... Okay, and this face can go... Apparently I can't. Oh. Misclicked. If you want to make a perfect model, yeah... I mean... Let's be real. Let's be realistic here. Oh, they're not quite touching, what the hell? Or are they overlapping? Oh, they're overlapping, okay, that's the way I prefer it. I don't want there to be a little gap between them. But yeah, we don't need that. Okay, so that should be the same on that side now as well, because it's mirrored. And we just need to do the same up here. Actually, you know what? Let me keep one face, because it's going to help when I'm aligning it. With the top lights. And it's not, like, causing a problem, so who cares? Yeah, less pulleys is better, sure. Well, you know, for performance. Can help, sometimes. Like in this case. Still, if you're aligning them, hang on a sec. Okay. To have like some extra ones that you use as guides, but generally, yeah. Certainly when I'm exporting, I don't want unnecessary ones for Unity. Oh yeah, for texturing as well, that's true, that's true. You know what? Sure. How's that? Alright. That doesn't look too shabby, does it? I just don't know if they're meant to extend really far back like that. I just realized that, you might still want these to be sort of extruded back a bit. Which again, I'm not sure is the correct terminology, but I know. So I'm just thinking things I just realized. What does inside faces do again? Oh, it does it that way. X, Y, Z. Outset. Ooh! That might be what I want. Because that way I can make them, you know, smaller and more cube-like. I'm not entirely sure what size it should be though. Hold on. I don't think I'm going to be able to find out either because we've only got a front view and a non-transparent side view. It could be they're mounted further back though. Like this. Also, it should be a button to make whole model smoother. Are you talking about like ideas for them to implement? Oh, there actually should already be. Oh my god, excuse me. Wow, my speech. Ah, yeah. Let me just turn everything off. Including this, including this. There we go now. Oh, and this as well. Wait, why is there still not much noise coming through? Let me just increase my volume a bit. Or a lot. Mind your ears. Oh, can I go up to 12? Use this one then. Ba, 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 ba. Wait. Yeah. Oh, right. This is itself already acting as a noise gate. Forgot about that. There we go. Maximum noise. No!
Jeez.
So that's why I have these things turned on normally. I would like to do a proper ASMR stream sometime with stereo mics, but I would have to turn off this stuff to give you, you know, all the proper room reverb and close-upness without my voice cutting off and all the good stuff. Anyway, sorry, I just got sidetracked because I saw that running in the background. Why the cheese? There is a thing you can do to smooth, but it doesn't... there's not something that I know of that causes additional vertices to get made. So it's more just a slight averaging of the existing vertices. Do you know what I mean? Oh, the shade smoothing thing. Right, yeah. That's something else. Wait a second. Is this shaded smooth yet? Or not? No, it's not. So here, like here, you can see like a really clear changes. If you leave that alone and you go over to the speaker, actually the speaker for real this time. Boop. Is that how I want it? Yeah, it kind of is actually. It kind of is. Then when you're off this, if you can hide the wireframe. No, where is it? There we are. And then now you can't really tell. That looks a lot smoother. Holy crap. Nice. The lights do need to be sharp. Oh man, I just get so worried about like, here I am dancing on this machine, blah 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 blah. I trip and then like hit my head in one of these corners or something. Ah. Or any of these other corners. I think I'm already doing shading, smoothing, shades smooth for this, right? Or am I not? Yeah, I am. You can tell because it's doing these horrible artifacts then. How do I hit backwards corners? Look! Don't underestimate my clumsiness, alright? Besides, there are corners much closer that I could hit, like this one. Whoop. How is the hydration time already? Thank you very much though. Hi Minnie! Thank you! You must be like, you must have arrived right on time because it can't have been that long since the last one. Alright, send me bye-bye, Minnie. Send me bye-bye. That sounds so flipping weird. What was Simi again? I felt... Never mind, I'm thinking weird things. Also, look at this. This one's completely broken. The shading on this one, and I guess Blender just crashed? Just silently, absolutely silent, no error. Well, let's see how much I've lost, I guess. No worries, Minnie. Have fun, have fun. By the way, Blender is a great tool and you shouldn't insult it because it's open source. Thank you for the pets! Alright, it looks like everything is saved except for the shade smooth. Nice. Got lucky this time. No worries, no worries. It wasn't a big deal this time. And back to the speakers, so back to the lights. Oh yeah, right. Wait, what? Why can't I see that? Huh? Huh? There we are. That's weird. Why can I only show face or in the weird combinations of settings that will work at the same time? Okay, so I kind of want to shrink these inwards a little bit, like towards that direction, like that, right? Hang on a sec. Is there a special key that you can press that will snap it to... An automatic constraint plane. No, it didn't work. I'm just looking at all the different options down there at the very bottom where it's got like snap, toggle, move, rotate, resize, automatic constraint. I don't think there is a way for it to automatically... I thought that when it said automatic constraint, I thought, wait a minute, is that actually going to constrain it to this line? But no. So anyway, what I can use for this is inset. And then you choose the outset option. Like that. Individual. Okay, that's not that one. I just want to push it back a bit because when you look at it from this view, it's clearly further back, right? So I think I'll just do that and have it roughly cube-shaped and then stop worrying about it so much. Scales. Oh, does that sort of make it scale along the, you know, this? The rotated line? The existing, what do you call it? Orientation? I don't even know what you call it. Okay, let's try it. Oops. Inset. Outset. Outset, hello? Okay. That looks roughly like a cube, right? Sure. And then just delete these original ones, I guess. I'm quite sure that's gonna do face-wise. Just delete the vertices. Okay, it keeps it open. Fair enough. Well, we'll just join those into faces then. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, so just Control F. Oh no, wait, that's not it. What's it called? Fill. Oh, it is. Wait. Face, Control F, fill. So it always Control F just makes the face menu appear? Huh. Oh, and fill is apparently Alt F. No faces filled. Well, thank you. Why no faces filled? Oh, what the? No, that should still not be a problem, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Huh? Why? Scale with a binding point. That sounds useful. So at the moment we just have 3 faces. 1, 2, 3. And I deleted the ones on the side. Oh, actually no, I kept this one, right? Yeah, I kept that one. And I deleted this one. Yeah, the side one here. I guess it doesn't enjoy the fact that I'm trying to make a face out of these. I don't understand why it doesn't like it, but I guess it wants them to be edges first. Can I make an edge out of these 2? Do you actually make one? You convert vertices into an edge, right? Right? Isn't that how it works? I mean, what I can do is just make this... Make a face here. Nope, apparently I can't even make a face there. What the hell? So I deleted the face and I can't put the face back. Huh? What? They're individual vertices, so it's not like the same problem as before where I need edge first for the face. How do you make an edge though? Edge. New edge from vertices? Huh. Huh. Nice. Alright, thanks. And then to quad. Alright. I didn't realize I'd even deleted that edge. I only told it to delete a face. Thank you! Thank you, thank you. I'll be pulling off these amazing stunts for a little while yet. So make sure you join your future streams to have these amazing... oh yeah, never mind. I can't even continue the sarcasm. Okay, there we go. We'll do it like that. We'll say that that's done. Now we just need one for the speaker as well. And it looks like the speaker connects from the outside, if you remember that picture. Hold on. This one. So it looks like there's something that goes around the back of the speaker and joins there. Which is kind of neat. I guess it's because the speaker's so heavy and it needs to be like a thing that you can rotate to angle. Or maybe not actually, because it's got 2 screws there, so maybe you can't rotate it. But yeah, otherwise the speaker would probably just like snap off the edge of the machine under its own weight, or at least be able to be knocked off easily. So if we look at the manual, let's see. Oh, we got a bracket that extends way back. Ah, right, okay, so it's quite far back. Tempted to maybe try to do this, just to get a better idea of, you know, just to get used to modeling in Blender a bit. Just try to make something that attaches, that comes off the side, then goes behind the speaker, and then in front of it, like this. So it goes behind, in the direction towards the screen, and then like this, down the side of it. Is it a waste of time? Probably. But so is watching me anyway, so... Why can't I... Wait, why can't I? There we are. So this is just for the lights. So I'll just try and align the... Yeah, I guess I'll do the same thing as before. Speaker, okay. Off there, onto the speaker, boop. Oh no, this is gonna be really hard to... I guess I can just select this loop, right? How do you do this again? Nope. Is it a ring? Nope, it's neither. Is it a loop? Is it a ring? No, it's... something else. It's kind of annoying. Wait, do I have to select multiple ones? And then it'll realize which one I'm in. Ooh. Yes, I do. There we are, okay. So I'll just make a copy of that. Boop. Wait, no. Shift delete. There we are. And this will be the basis for a bracket right there. Okay. So let's align... this seems like a... yeah, this is a good enough thing to use for aligning. Kind of annoying me that it's off to the side there. Oh! Whoops. Apparently I can't drag? Wait, can I I can shift drag. Oh my god, please stop doing that. Apparently I'm forgetting how Blender... forgetting the controls of Blender in the middle of using Blender. Amazing. That looks roughly, very, very roughly correct. Man, imagine if I'd properly imported pictures to use as references in Blender and everything would still be perfectly aligned. Because I put them on planes, and the planes would still be there. Like these pictures. Just use them as a texture. That would have been nice. I'm getting kind of hungry, I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes I forgo the button to fight in a game I'm playing 1 DS. I'm very sorry that you're afflicted with uke brain. It's contagious, backwards and forwards through time, so... Because you are destined to find me, yeah. Sorry, that sounds really flipping. Egocentric. Have a lunch? Don't mind if I do. Ta-da! Look at this invisible food. You ready? Listen to this. It's real now. It wasn't real, but now it is. 1 second. This is important. I have something to say. That's all. One sec. What a good idea. Nyanjus to welcome back, Devil! Yes, Nyanjus to welcome back, Devil. To go with my crunchy oats and honey. Oh, wait, why does it look like I'm holding Nyanjus? Whoops. It's crunchy oats and honey. Nature Valley green crumbly thing. Oh no, you came back just in time to hear my crunching? Sprite! Whoa! It's the nyan juice for... humans. I assume. Only trouble with this is I then get very self-conscious about chewing noises and... Yeah, let me just mute myself because it's disgusting. You know that my nyan juice is an illegal version? What are you talking about? It's just diet nyan juice. Look. Do you think this label looks illegitimate? Look, nyan juice. Look, 500 milliliters. It's a European standard. Like, it's perfect. Like, nyan, look, even the cat is saying nyan. It's like, you call this illegal? You call this illegal? It even has a barcode somewhere. I can't really turn it around there to see it. Good luck scanning that. I have to break my... Oh my god. Ah! Okay, I don't think I'm gonna be able to show you very well. Let's hydrate. Anyway. This is perfectly legal. In at least 2 countries. It tastes, it honestly tastes like grape. But it's supposed to taste like lemon. But I like grapes, so I'm quite happy about that. Other times it tastes like lemon, other times it tastes like lime. That's because there are different variations of nyan juice. No! I swear to God! It's just nyan juice! Hold on a sec. Was there something weird going on with my bell? Am I imagining? Let me just try something. When I was being pushed off to the side. Oh, there it goes. Look at that. Okay, I'm gonna have to change that. Yes, I'm a changed cat. Speaking of changes, I need to add something that I need to change to my text file. Next stream. Oh no, not changed. Wait. Where's my notes? Oh, there. Fix bell and lighting changing when too far away from the center. I'll fix that. Purple Yuki? Pookie? Pookie? Never mind. A jail redeem? Why they? But yes. That is a thing that would be very easy to implement. Nah.
Kaiser!
I'm so glad I remembered to mute before blowing my nose that time. It sounded gross. Okay, jail redeem. You know what? Let's make it right now. At least a model for it. Sorry, excuse me. Let me fire up another blender. So you're thinking of like something like bars come down in front of me or something like that? That's what I was imagining. Let's add a mesh based on a cylinder. It's very small. Like maybe a centimeter wide bars? Ha! Excuse me. It sure as hell does not need to be 32 wide. I could probably get away with 8, right? It's gonna be smooth shaded, so... This is one of the bars. Smooth? Ah, looks fine. I guess. Yeah, it should be fine. So just a bunch of these bars, right, that are gonna come down in front of me? Is that basically it? Wait a minute, I feel like there's a modifier that can do this really easily. Array? Relative offsets. Oh wait, it's working already. Oh god, the tops are a bit weird. Don't look at this. Oh my god, what a useful modifier. I don't know how far apart the bars should be. You need to be able to see the cat in jail, I guess. Otherwise, you know, you wouldn't know. She could have escaped somewhere else. How many bars do we need? Probably not that many. Let's make it a tiny jail cell. I mean, that's basically what my room is, so. Something like this, I guess? Whoops. And then we'll texture it on Unity. Can't even be bothered to do that in Blender. It's literally just a bunch of cylinders. Alright, how's that? Does this look like jail to you? Let me just save this. Jail. Jail.blend. Boop. This exports an FBX file for Unity. Don't really need this to be done off screen. It just keeps appearing on the other monitor. Extra models. Jail. Not drip. Me. The first actual software development of the entire stream is going to be happening right now. Boop. Oh yeah, right, I changed it from software development, didn't I, to art. It's going to be a redeem at the avatar's position. Well, not really avatar position, actually. It should be in the room's position, I guess. We know the room's gonna change, so... I guess it's the avatar position then. What could be this constant position? I just don't want the jail to disappear when I go... So I think we'll put on its own thing. Hello? Where then? Where is the jail? Oh, there it is. That was weird. Couldn't see it. Zip. What is this? Oh, I see what it's doing. It's because I have this aligned really weirdly with the world origin here. Let's at least move it upwards, I guess. Interesting, when you export the FBX, it applies this modifier. It's good to know. That I don't need to apply it explicitly in the Blender project and then lose it. Yes, just grab everything and move it up by 1 meter. And then I don't really care. So way to like... No, probably not. To have it centered is what I was thinking. Okay, whatever. Just have it bottom left aligned. Whoop. Wait, why didn't I oh. Wait, I should have updated. What the hell? Why is it not updating? Huh? What is the thing? The origin's still like halfway up. Huh? Oh, is it because of this? Oh, I thought I did that and I didn't items. Okay, there we are. Now exported. I need to modify the actual mesh, not the offset thing of this. There we go. Now we can slide this along in front of me. Man, this is like the correct height as well. Kind of rare that works properly immediately when going from Blender to Unity. Skullcore! Hi! How are you doing? I'm in jail. I'll just set this to me room, I guess. Ooh, that light looks good already. What the hell? Very bright though, but whatever. I can change the material. This is still just a placeholder material.
Oh god. Oh god. What? Why?
Cheddar!
That is indeed cheddar. That is indeed cheddar. Yeah, it is kind of warm, Skullcar. I thought that the warm weather was done, but apparently not. You can hear me typing. Funny sounding. Look, I swear to God. You think this is funny? You think this is funny? You think this is funny?
Cheese.
Stop. No, I swear to God. I'll stop. I'm already putting myself in jail. Yeah. Look, I'm already doing it. I'm doing it to myself. There we are. I'm in jail. Look. Can't escape. I think it's too thin for me to walk through, right? Yeah, it should be. What I need to do, I make a material. I've just made a material. Let's put the material on the material. On the mesh. Boop. There it is. Funniest anime film. I thought the one material was done, but apparently there's more coming. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. I guess we want these to be... What if we make them look metallic? Wow, look, it's a really, really, really clean prism. Look how beautifully shiny these bars are. Not rusted in the slightest. Oh, black! Look at this! Really stylish, like, almost looks like a brushed aluminium finish or something like that. Or just... Wow, look at that! The painted with a black glossy paint. Man, I'm in a high-end prison. Look at that. Can I make the hands holding the bars? I don't have an easy way to override the specific aspects of the motion tracking yet. I'm not entirely sure how I'd actually implement that either. Warning channel. I think it looks pretty good. It's a bit bright, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, because it's pure white, I might make it grey. There we go. I'll just try to hold them myself. In honesty, like, some little targets for the hands to snap onto when they get close would make that look a lot better. It's an interesting idea. Which do you think looks better? Probably should be like really not super reflective, right? Or should it be like super effective? I don't know. Just do something like that for now, I guess. Casting shadows is on. Ah, oh, man, that'd be so good if shadows actually worked correctly. Right now, they're not. I'm using like a very diffused light source. So, how the jail closing from left to right, like closing with jail door closing sound, that is absolutely easily possible. Right as soon as I find a sound that's actually like royalty free to use for that, excuse me. Yeah, I also need a sound for the stick cam. There's currently no sound for that, just apart from the sound that plays whenever anyone does a redeem. When it shows the name of the person who, well, redeemed it. I kind of want like a city springy sound for that. I also want to change how wobbly it is. It's just it's in beta right now. So right now the avatar is lit with this light that's... Which one is it? This one? Yeah. For which one? The stick camera. Stick cam, there's a new redeem. It's not fully done yet, so there's a few issues with it. Like there's no sound when you redeem it, and you can't see cheese when you're using it. And it wobbles maybe a little bit more frantically than I was intending. Yeah. So I'm not quite sure. Yeah, it's not paying attention to the direction of the light with this. That's due to... Well, I guess it does change if I do this. On the bars, it should change, right? Nope. Apparently not. Main? What is lighting up these bars right now? Wait. Seriously, what is lighting up these bars right now? How are these things being illuminated? Why can't I see them? Is it room lights? It's the room lights. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, the jail is part of the room, right? The jail becomes my room, in fact, so I guess that makes sense. Right, okay, yeah, so they're being hit. Holy crap. Yeah, so the multiple ones here, top left and top right. Front, top left? Well, that is actually one, huh? Oh, that's what's illuminating it, right? That light there is illuminating it from the front. Otherwise it would look like this. Let me just test something with my avatar regarding the shader. That's not even looked in. Lighting. Where's the lighting? There it is. Try to put this over to realistic. And suddenly it doesn't look so nice. Looks like an ape face. Well, from the front it does. From the side it looks less. And obviously shadows are now hyper realistic. They should come from whatever side. So this should be able to cast shadows now, right? If it's a directional light. Or do shadows not get cast by directional lights? Oh, they're turned off anyway. Oh, okay. Well, that's working. So it's shining through this, supposedly, right? It's shining on... Oh, it's not illuminated... Wait. But it's still not casting shadows. I thought it'd be really nice if I could have shadows properly cast. I guess I can do it with a spotlight, man. Oh, there we go. Okay, now I have the shadows of the thing. Colossus. Yeah. I'm quite sure my direction doesn't cast proper shadows. Is that because of avatar shader settings again? Oh, no direction. What the hell? No directional. Just no directional. Oh, but that's for the additive. Unity shadows? Ah, there we are. Okay. Can I do that even when it's flat? No, I can't. Right. Toon shader with Unity shadows? Interesting. Huh, this might be doable. This still looks like kind of correct lighting, doesn't it? In fact, it looks identical, just with the... Oh my. We can use this. That way I can cast shadows on myself properly. Oh my god! I'm learning things. Maybe not so strong, but... Man, I can't believe how well that still works. Is it casting self-shadows? I think so. By the way, this shader is called Poyomi. It's very nice. Basically. Holy crap. That's something else. I would highly recommend playing around with it. Use it for VR chat avatars. Well, this was my VR chat avatar originally. I mean, it still kind of is, but it's developed a little bit. Good to say. Why does the shadow look so weirdly faint there? And this is with a directional light now, right? Yeah, this is actually directional. Look at that. Soft shadows don't seem to work. So if I were to move this around, you should see the shadows coming from... Holy crap! Ugh. These shadows look gross. What the hell? This is apparently high resolution? Actually looks better on low resolution. Alright, I need to stop messing around. What was I meant to be doing again? Oh yeah, right, modeling a DDR machine. Oh my god. Okay. I feel like being able to see the shadows on the palm moment? What? Like, palm? Question mark. Yeah, quite like this other way of doing this. Let me just guess. This should still dim down correctly when I do this. What is this ridiculously bright? What? Background just goes purple. Seems to work the same way, right? So if we use very dim lighting, then it's exactly the same as flat. It just has working shadows. For my use case, that's the only difference. I feel like I'm gonna lingo for airhead. Wait, really? It's not just like a boom on like an empty head. Oh, right, because it's an empty head, right? So you hear the air resonating inside the head because it is an air head, right? Right? Interesting. Shadow tint. Why would you... Okay, it's not tinted. Man, it looks so weird seeing a hard shadow on my whiskers. Look at that. Oh my god, it's hydration time. Alright, enjoy this jailed uke while I hydrate. Juke. It's a jukebox. Now you know what a juke... Oops. Now you know what a jailed... No, now you know what a jukebox stands for. It's a jailed jukebox. I'm sorry. Or it's just a mispronunciation of uke. Jukebox. Like, play the jukebox. Yeah. I had to write that really important message in chat. What if I just do it like this? Have them not quite 100% though. And then just pop this back up to the usual 0.9 because 1 is too bright. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I kind of think it looks absolutely fine. I should just set this to the other materials on me as well. Something like that, right? But right now it's only on my skin. And some other things, I guess. So if I just copy this lighting settings, or all of these lighting settings, boop, and put them over into other ones as well, such as my clothes, I'm probably never going to be able to log this shader again. There's some, I suppose the jukebox plays things from my head. Yeah, I guess so. This is what I hear when I'm working on things. This is probably never going to lock in again. I'm having a weird problem. Having just said I love Poyomi, I'm having a weird problem with it not locking in. Just in this project, only. And then sometimes when I delete the cache of everything of Unities for the project and let it fully re-import everything, which takes ages, then suddenly it works. Locking in is a concept that I've only ever seen in Poyomi, but basically it compiles a custom version of the shader just for the options that you have enabled, so that it makes it, well, optimized. And then while it's in that state, you can't edit it, because, you know, you've locked it. Alright, paste. There we go. On the clothes as well. And again, that's the only thing that changed. Look at that. The little frills on the wrist cuff changed there as well. Let's see if it locks in. It might not. Moment of truth. Some currently are, some currently aren't. No, that one's not done it properly either. It's reset. Look, it doesn't have the lighting on it anymore. It's not looking in properly. I don't understand why. I'll have to like clear the whole Unity cache or something and then it'll work again. I don't know. This, I've only ever had this problem in this one project. Anyway. You know the best part is, unfortunately, this version of Poyomi is so old that it's no longer supported, and if I want to update to a new version, where I can even just complain about the problem to the person, it's a major update. Like, you'll have to sort of go through and change a lot of things by hand. So anyway, I've gone from saying Poyomi is amazing to sounding negative. Anyway, right, light and shadow, let's... Boop. There we go, and there's only one left, which is transparent things, which I'm tempted to leave as it is, because all it's going to change is blush and stuff, which I don't think I've used. I don't think I'm using in my streaming setup, but I do have the ability to... Oh yeah, there's also this overlay as well, like that. Yeah, so there's not going to be a black and the blue version. There's not going to be a... There's blush. That's a very subtle version. There you go. There's not going to be a shadow on the blush, which I think is... Actually, it looks a bit weird, doesn't it? Nah, that looks weird. It's somehow the blush is glowing brighter than the shadow. Shadows stay in place while you move. Yeah, I should do. It moves as I move the thing anyway. Well, let me move the jail instead because it's easier than it messes up that stuff. Yeah, the shadow's moving. Whee! You sent a jail sound in Discord? Alright, thank you. I'm just gonna have to, like, you know, kind of wanna... I try to choose sounds that I know are, like, you know, royalty free and stuff, because, you know, I just wanna avoid trouble. And just to find a high resolution. Medium... Oh god! Interesting. Medium is so low that it's like... The light is, like, slipping through some of the bars and not even casting a shadow. Yeah, medium seems alright still. Soft shadows don't seem to work. Or maybe they do? Soft shadows are much more computationally intensive. Which is kind of interesting. I'm hoping that my GPU is going to be alright with that. Oh god, that looks so weird over there. Wait, hold on, wait, what? Oh, right. I might have to make this a much smaller jail thing. Because this is so wide that when I'm down in the corner like this, instead of up like this, but I'm down here instead. It's gonna... The bars are gonna be all over the the game, so I'm gonna have to make it just a few bars. You know, like maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe? But thank you, I will check the jail sound right now. This might be loud. Oh, that kind of sound! Right. The lights on bars looks amazing. Yeah. Kind of does. That's thanks to Bloom post-processing. That magically makes everything look amazing. If I turn it off. But right? Maximum bloom for maximum amazingness. What was that one square remaining? Oh, it's like the one area where there's not much. Oh, I don't even know. Yeah, the Unity's bloom is really nice, I have to say. I'm gonna have to make this a smaller jail, unfortunately. Or smaller bars. Even though I could just go like... Zoop, and escape. Okay, let me just make sure this looks alright as I do move around. I mean, this doesn't... Yeah. Right, because it's a directional light. It's like it's infinitely far away. So as I get close, the bars stay the same distance apart on my arms. If I were to, for example, change it to a spotlight, then I assume that would change. Man, those shadows look nicer, don't they? So much nicer, what the hell? Mind you, now that I'm using that other method for the lighting, look how my eyes change as well. Yeah, now that I'm using the other method for the lighting. Oh, it breaks the bell still, never mind. But I think that as I move forward and backwards, the beams would... the bars, shadows would move a bit. Yeah, they are. Look on the fingers here. It's size towards the end and further out. And they actually stop when I get too close. Which I think is caused by... Oh! I can't change some of the other settings, interesting. Oh wait, hang on a sec, has ended up unbaked, what? How did that happen? That was weird. Yeah, these still disappear when I get very close. I think that's something called the near plane. What was it called? Yeah, near plane. Oh no, it's not the near plane. Normal bias? Bias? Oh, you know what? I could also turn down the strength of the shadows. Oh, that looks kind of nice though. Ah, I'm sorry, I'm very interested. I've never tried this shading mode on the Poyomi shader before, and it's very interesting to me. So this is not allowing me to cast shadows on myself, and now it's allowing my hair to cast shadows on itself. For example. And the jacket down there, when you have it really, really far to zero, you get these kind of ridiculous artifacts. Actually, it's a bit of an insult, they're not that ridiculous. But yeah, maybe I'll try just like being like this for a while. The light is directly in front of me as well, so you're not really even going to be seeing what's going on behind the hair very much. The camera's always going to be in line with, you know, where the light is, pretty much. Except when it's attached to my head, huh? When it's attached to my head. Yeah. I'll lower that a bit for now. And finally, for the body... Yeah, I did turn the, the blush back off. There you go. Big stretch. Also a crack. I don't know if you heard that. I don't know if you wanted to hear that. Maybe you did and you didn't want to. Sorry if that's the case. Oh, that looks kind of nice. I guess we do need that up all the way then. Well, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like this is working pretty nicely. Are you seeing now how I can waste so much time on just trying to set up a simple new routine? Oh god. Oh, I'm only changing the hair thing, right? Alright, hold on a sec. I should be changing this on the skin first, because that's... If the face looks stupid, that's the worst, so I kind of want to... I try, I don't know, I just try and make it look how I like it. Ooh, that looks a lot better. Oh, actually the whiskers look a bit crap there. Maybe around that. That makes it like it's like a super bright light. Like all the light that is hitting me is just from this like a sun in front of the rays, the bars. Now it's like I'm mostly being lit from inside my own room with a little bit of light coming from outside. Man, the things that like shadows can portray are very interesting. Alright, I'm gonna leave it at that for now, otherwise I'm gonna be messing around with this for a very long time. So copy that one. Make sure we put that version on the clothes. Boop. Now they softened up a bit. It's on my... oh wait, did I put it on this one? I can't remember. No, I didn't. And finally on the transparent parts as well, I guess. I'll worry about looking them later. Since there is that strange bug where I can't look sometimes. Yeah, so sometimes when you try to look, when I try to look right now, either it looks like it succeeds and then goes to an old version by mistake, so the shadows on my clothes will disappear there. So it's gone to an old version before. Oh no, it hasn't. It actually failed to lock in completely. Lock in is there. Generated shader blah 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 could not be found. So it just like didn't compile it for some reason. I don't know why. Thankfully Control Z sometimes still works. It's not working right now. And the way you can get it back is by turning off and on every individual feature that you use. So you turn off the shadow, turn it back on. There you go. But anyway. And sometimes it looks like it works and... yeah. I don't know if it'll be fixed on the new version or not. It's very strange. I've never seen, like, even searching for the problem, I've never seen anyone else experience this problem. I guess, like, something about this Unity project is corrupted somehow? But, like, I don't feel like restarting from scratch, that's for sure. So, I'm just gonna have to live with it. I'm just make sure everything looks correct now as the lights dim down. 5, 4, 2, 1. Looks fine to me. And, corrupted with cuteness? No, corrupted with inefficiencies.
Shite.
Is that how you corrupt with cuteness? You throw cheers? My hand! My hand! It got behind the cheese! Can I finally remove it? Wait, shit. Ah! No! I can't get my hand behind! Ah! Ouch, I'm just slapping my own forehead. Okay, I'll deal with, you know. Other stuff. I feel like I should put this into a thing called... I kind of want to make a new prefab just at the top level. Ah, this is going to need to be within layout mover, actually. I feel like making a thing in here that's called... it's for redeems that are... how do I explain it? Redeems that are not moving with the avatar. So like... what's the word? Emojis? No, it's I just have a love-hate relationship with cheese, sorry. Non-moving redeems? Like anchored redeems, let's call it. Oh. Because all of these redeems in here are move with the avatar. As in, like, as I move up and down. It might actually be a good idea if I put the spray bottle into the anchored redeems then. Because that way, if I try to hide from it, I'll be able to. Right now, if you use spray, the spray will follow me downwards. But if I keep it anchored, then I could dip down and the spray will just go psh, psh, psh. And then I can come up and be safe. But then it kind of looks a bit silly. It looks like it's just an overlay on the screen when it's actually a thing. Anyway, I'll worry about turning this on, animating it across, and playing a sound, and linking it to actual redeem on Twitch. Off stream. Right now, I would like to just... Oh yeah, right, that's what I was saying. I'd like to finish off this. But anyway, for once, I actually, like, properly... Like, some people have, like... I'm looking so closely. People sometimes ask for redeems and I add them to a list, and then I do usually get to them eventually. But just this once, I thought I would, you know, try and do a bit more upfront, more right now, if you like. But there you go. Who was the suggestion that? Devil? Was it you? Yes, it was you. There you go. Today was your lucky day or unlucky day because you had to sit through all that. Somewhere around there. And this, oops. And this bracket is going to continue off the back of the light. I guess it's gonna go up to around there. And get wider? Like that? I have to put these in different positions. Wait. Oh, there's gonna need to be another one. Oh, that's fine, I'll just subdivide it when I'm making 3D. Okay. Oh my god, I may have shaken that neon juice a bit too much. It was a little bit fizzy there. That could have been dangerous. Thank you. Cat is hydrated. Cat is so hydrated that it will need to go to the toilet at some point. Also, I got so distracted that I've only eaten, sorry, half of my Yum. No such command? Oh, to tell me to eat? Okay, just in the toilet. So I'm just very immaturely laughing because I was imagining a redeem just called piss. Anyway, subdivide this one edge. Take this one, move it to there, this vertex. And this goes over to there. Wow, this one is way in a weird position. This is... I'm realizing not a good way to be doing this, but... I'm gonna need to be relying on subdivides more than I currently am. Oh, I know what I can do. Because I want this to be like perfectly straight, and this, and this line. I want it to be like properly straight. So what I can do... is get them... Well, actually, I don't even need to put the middle one in. I'll just position the start and the end, and then subdivide. Subdividing is your friend. Yeah. Oh, that's what I meant to do. I think I meant to dissolve the vertex. Yeah, that's it. Then I want to subdivide. What? Oh, right, of course. I still have to position it though. And there's no way to like slide it along, is there? Or is there? Slide? Edge slide? Slide vertices? Oh my god, look at that! Dara! We may have cracked it! I feel like this is very, very similar to a command that I needed before. That we were talking about when you were saying that there was something in Maya. Oh god, this... Oops. Oh my god, did you see that? Holy crap, it looks like one of these animations on Wikipedia of how Bezier curves work. Sorry, Dara. Okay, watch this. Subdivide. Oops. But now I need this to be perfectly moved along this. I just discovered that there is this command. Edge slide, but also slide vertices. Look at that. It just moves along the edge. It's like almost what we were looking for before. I'm very sorry to suddenly scream at you. But it's just that we were talked about earlier. And yeah, I think that's basically it. I'll worry about making that probably 2D later. 3D rather. Ooh, it's like perfectly flat against this as well. Let me just grab and move on the y-axis. Just so it's like slightly outwards. Well, that's quite far out actually. Far out. How's that? Seems alright to me. I'm sorry, alright. I'm still gonna say it though. So really I want now to move this. Oh, that looks so bad, look at that. What does slide edge do then? While we're doing this, edge slide. Slide vertex. And edge slide. What? Okay. I'm not quite understanding when that would be useful, but maybe in the future I will. Now I know I can get it straight back by doing this. Subdivide and slide. Slide. Oops. Oh, I don't know how far to move because I've completely... Well. That'll do. Okay, I think that'll do. I think I'm gonna be ending soon though. I would really like to get this. This is like the one part that's left to be done though. What the hell? What are these red parts? Oh, it's the front of the lights. Or back of the lights, I should say. This and this and this and this. Oh, it's just this part that goes back, right? Yeah, I feel like I actually did stuff today. Can I look at the back of a DDR machine? DDR, hang on a sec. I'm just looking at that photo again and comparing it to this. Okay, what it does is it does become wide like this, and then this part here is the part that goes back. Only this. So what I want to do is just slide. I feel like I want to. What if I extrude this as a? What happens if I say extrude? Where was that done? I guess that's what I want. I just kind of don't want the top face or the bottom face. Oh, actually, I want the one face that is not done. What if I do the inset thing? Inset? And then outset. I don't know what that does. That's not what I want. What I really want is like a duplicate of these two. And then... yeah. Well, I'll do it by extruding and then I'll add the face that I'm missing and delete the faces that I don't want. Extrude Y. Let's go right up to just before there, I think. Oh no, go into it actually. Or not. I guess do. Okay, then we need to add a face. Between that, there. Do we have edges there yet? I'm not sure. No, we do not. Can I just edge? Was it edge from... New edge face from vertices? Whoa. Whoa, did that just make it a face in one step? Oh my god, it did. Nice. And then I can get rid of this, and this, and this. Oh, not the edges, the faces. Okay. Oh, hold on a sec. Is there a face there? Oh, there's not. Boop, 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 boop. You think about this more than I do at work in general. I may be obsessing just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, now we don't need that face. Wait, hang on a second. We don't need this face. What? Is this not a face? The hell? What is this then? What is this if it's not a face? What? Oh, is this entire thing one face? Yeah, it is. Okay, I guess we can just dissolve this and this. Yeah. Try harding, yeah, pretty much. Okay, so that's how it should be. And when it's viewed from this side, everything, all the correct sides are facing. Oh, actually, not this one. Oh yeah, right. So I kind of want to double up some of these faces just so that you can... So they'll get rendered. If you move around. Because these red parts won't. But honestly, from this view, everything should be drawn correctly. The only part I'm slightly worried about is that red part right there. Because we're never gonna see the right-hand side of this speaker, so... what I could do, just for now... she says never changing it again in her life, is, just select this. And flip it. Flip it, Slim Shady. There we go. And as if by magic, whoosh! The same is true on that side. Man, look at that! I'm kind of happy about that. But this is absolutely pointless, this thing, if it's not gonna be visible from this angle, I guess. You can't even see the bracket at all, what the no! Well, you can if you do that. No, you know, I think it's better when it's like that. Man, I'm so happy with this. I actually feel like I did some things actually by myself. Okay, I'm gonna be ending it there for now, for sure. Man, I can't believe I actually got some stuff done. Usually, like, it feels like... hang on a sec. One moment. Let me just... There we go. Normally it feels like I waste a lot of hours, but this time it feels like I've spent a lot of hours still. But I don't know, there's something to look at the end of it, you know? It feels better. Thank you very much. So I will probably be ending there. Thank you very much. So yeah, I'll pass you on. I'm gonna pass you on to the Happy Fox, who I have passed you on to before. Ending there. Thank you very much. Oh god. Shut up. You go, fuck, why do I really sound like that? How is anybody putting up with me when I sound like that? Anyway, I'm gonna pass you on to... yes, the Happy Fox, who's currently playing Subnautica. She's just starting out, and
close to them and
shush. And yeah. She's recently starting out VTubing, and seems to be growing pretty damn quickly as well. But yes, yeah. So I'm gonna give you my love. I've moved rated her one time before, and god damn, we'll do it again. Okay, so let me just quickly do the shout out so I can show you who we're rating while simultaneously struggling to type the command. Look at that! Damn it, I also just realized that Twitch just went to ads right as I was trying to shut them off. But look at that adorable fox! Whoosh! That is who I'm passing you on to right now. Water is wettest? Water is wettest? What? Oh, is that what she said? I didn't realize I was panicking to mute Twitch because it likes to unmute itself all the time. But yeah, this will be my last stream for this week, and I will be streaming again next week. Not entirely sure when, possibly, well, I like to do 3 streams, so 2 morning streams starting at 11 AM my time up there, UTC +1. And then, Minnie, thank you very much. Yoot! It's like someone tooting their horn really hard. It's like, yoot! Anyway, yeah, so anyway, if you'd like to know when I'm gonna stream, boop, I post, oh, I can't point to it because it doesn't appear on my screen, it's only appearing on Twitch chat, but yes, I post the schedule right there on Twitter and also on my Discord. There are some very cute people there and very kind. Feel free to join if you want. Please don't if you don't. I don't want to be pressuring anyone. And yes, so I post that schedule like very late on Sunday, early Monday morning. Like, I know, typically like 3 AM. Anyway, bye-bye Tara! Bye-bye Devil! Bye Minnie! Bye everybody! Thank you, people who are watching the VOD as well. I'm passing on to the happy folks. Subnautica. Please enjoy. I'm gonna go and cough in private now. Bye!